Good morning, everyone. This is Greg. Welcome to the stream. And my colors are a bit off today. What the actual F? Not like weird. I don't know why there's like so much like bleed over here because it wasn't like this like 5 minutes ago when I was setting everything up. Jesus Christ. It kind of like looks like someone's about to like take a picture of me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jungle Roba, good morning, and thank you for the resub. How are we doing today? How's it going? Let me just like get the music up and get the... I don't know how I'm gonna fix that. Like, it wasn't this bright like 5 minutes ago when I was setting the scene up. So maybe just like after we're done with like this day in gaming thing. So how are we doing today? How is it going? This is literally my first sip of coffee today at 9:34 a.m., which is a new late for me, I guess. I'm not actually used to having coffee this late. Like it usually starts at like 7 when I'm just like my very first coffee of the day, because I really can't like function without it. But thankfully, since like the whole kind of trying to be more healthy thing started, I've been trying to regulate my coffee intake a bit more as well. So yeah, bottoms up. Flavored coffee. But yeah, I'm really annoyed by this here, because I really don't know why it's doing it. Maybe there's like a setting in my webcam options that got ticked by accident, like low light compensation or anything. Backlight comp? No, that actually makes it worse. Okay, never mind. Just like ignore it. Imagine it's not there. Imagine it doesn't look like I'm about to get like abducted by aliens or something. But yeah, today is gonna be my first day of my week off work, which I am going to capitalize the fuck out of. I don't care. I'm doing everything that I haven't been doing over the last few months. That includes like more visits to the gym, more streaming, more housework, more fixing things that need to be fixed, more games as well, hopefully. It's like, oh my god, I'm old. I didn't mention games until like 4th or 5th. That's how you know you've kind of grown. Stupid adults. But yeah, let's get to it with this day in gaming, because I'm actually in a big hurry to get done with Close to the Sun. And with get done, I mean never, ever, ever have to see it again. Because that game is not good. I mean, it's not bad either, but it's just... Like, if I wanted to play Bioshock, I would have installed and played Bioshock. I own them on like multiple consoles at this point, and PC, etc, etc. You don't need to be this much like Bioshock to be a Bioshock tribute game. Like, I feel like people should be allowed to do their own thing without being Bioshock but adventure, or Bioshock but walking simulator, or in like Close to the Sun's case, Bioshock but shit. I mean, sorry, Bioshock but without the shooting or the RPG elements, or being good. I mean, sorry, I feel I'm being a bit mean. Like they've done this game with like a fraction of the people that they had in oh my god, I have forgotten who made Bioshock. Like, I remember who published it. It was like 2K Games, right? But Jesus Christ, who made it? I was about to say Frictional Games, but they didn't exist at that point. It was like Ken Levine's next thing. Oh, I'm gonna have to look it up because it's gonna drive me crazy. Irrational games, god damn it! Why was I thinking Frictional? Because Frictional are the ones that made Amnesia and Penumbra and all of those, and Stasis, not Stasis. The other one, the underground existential one, the underwater existential one. Jesus Christ, never mind. I should just like stop talking because I'm like this early in the morning. I'm mixing up all my franchises. So yeah, let's see. Fast and Furious. Let's do it like that. With this day in gaming and the December 19th releases, getting close to the end of the year now. Only 2 weeks left. 2.5. Was like less than 2. Actually, it's like 11 days. Less than 2 weeks left until we're like done with yet another stellar year 2022 has been, but I digress. Instead we fix our setup a little bit because that's what pro streamers do, and I start with 37 years ago, December 19th, 1985. That's like literally 6 months before I was born. Bomberman made its start on the NES in Japan. The Explodey game. I mean, it's kind of hard to talk about these like progenitor games, let's call them, like the 0 point, like the start of the franchise. It's beat Mario, Sonic, Bomberman in this case. Like every franchise has like a start, and these like long-standing ones. It kind of feels hard to like put into words because I grew up with most of these, and I kind of have in my mind kind of like a codified version of like what they are, which is very, very hard to explain to someone that's never played these. Okay, so Bomberman on the NES, the game that if you haven't played is played by a top-down perspective throughout mazes that are mostly blocky, distractible mazes. As the name implies, you've got a man and he's got a bomb. He's got several bombs actually. He's got like all the bombs. You can only put down up to 4 of them, I think, if you get all the power-ups in the first game. But yeah, you basically go around blowing up walls, blowing up enemies, blowing up power-ups occasionally because you're dumb. I was like probably my first exposure to just like doing dumb things in gaming, such as in this case blowing up power-ups. I must have done this a lot of times in Bomberman. But yeah, I mean it's like a very early point in the series, like the start point. It's not very complex or complicated. There's like very little strategy outside of box enemies within bombs and walls so that they can't escape the blast. So basically the way it's all set up is kind of like a grid-based structure. Like there's all the pathways blocked by debris initially. Usually there's enemy bomber men around that will also try to blow up things just as the player is. And your objective is to be the last Bomberman standing, I guess. So you place bombs which can blow up most of the debris in the mazes that you play in. The general kind of like strategies try to like get like a few power-ups that extend the blast radius. There's power-ups that allow you to put more bombs down. As far as I remember, there's like also the much rarer power-up that actually lets you walk through the debris and bomb explosions. Basically, it removes your collision, so you can't die until it runs out. But the basic gist of it is you try to form the level in such a way, you try to manipulate it with explosions in such a way that you trap the other Bombermen where they can't escape your bomb blast or their bomb blast, because there's also friendly fire. And a much more fun version of what I'm describing is when you try to get them to blow themselves up instead of you, which is kind of fun. I mean, it's okay. It's an early game in the series. I feel the series has kind of gone off in recent years, because you had like Bomberman and Bomberman 2 and like Bomberman Forever, I guess it's like the last one in like the 8-bit era. I don't actually remember where the series kind of like left off, but eventually jumped off to other platforms, and they started adding things. They started adding a lot of things, a lot of extraneous things. Also, why am I having Monster Hunter swing on? I think this is like Jungle Roba's song. I don't know if this works for like this day in gaming, but I guess at least it works as like, sounds like a bit Christmassy. But anyway, I digress. The Bomberman series kind of dove off the deep end eventually because they started adding a lot of very, very unnecessary, in my opinion, things such as story, RPG elements, more story, level selects, even more story. In fact, story has been the thing that was consistently happening to the Bomberman series up until recently. And at this point, I feel like someone should, you know, call the authorities, I guess. Because you're literally trying to make up a story. Let's see, where was it? Ban. Bye-bye. I don't want to promotion of my channel. I don't want to promotion of my channel via something or another. I didn't see that. PayPal probably. But yeah, you're trying to give meaning and story to a game that's literally about blocky bobblehead people blowing walls up and other bobblehead people. It doesn't work. I've played the GBA one, I've played the SNES one, I've even played like the N64 one, which was by far the weirdest one of like the ones I've played. And they just like keep adding all this like anime bullshit to it that doesn't fit. Because you get like these dramatic stories of like betrayal and pathos and bathos and all of that, and at the end of the day, you're in the in-between bits, the substantial bits are just like the little bobblehead guy with the little, you know, sphere thing, like the antenna, I guess, on top of his head, going around blowing other people up, and it just doesn't fit. Like it's just like trying to give like a big dramatic like storyline to, I guess, I don't know, Teletubbies. Actually, yeah, like Bomberman looks surprisingly like Teletubbies if you think about it. So yeah. So moving on to this day in gaming, 36 years ago, December 19th, 1986. This is actually a contemporary of mine, being like starting the same year. So let me see if I can read this out correctly. Hikari Shinwa Palutena no Kagami, which by Palutena in the name, I assume it means Kid Icarus, because that's the goddess you are trying to save in that game. Yep, okay. It is like Kid Icarus. I don't know like which one this is. But it says that it came out on the Famicom Disk System, which is actually a bit more fascinating than the actual game that I'm going to talk about. So Kid Icarus is a kind of like side-scrolling shoot them up kind of thing. You play a little like angel called Pete, I think, who's got a bow and arrow and kind of like tries to side-scroll his way to saving the titular Palutena, the goddess of something or another. It's like very, 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 very loosely designed around Greek iconography. Pete has like a little tunic and like a little headband. It's very, very antiquity. I don't much care about this series, to be honest. Like I've played the most recent one I've played was the 3DS one, because they kind of made that into a 3D enabled showcase kind of game. I have no particularly strong feelings either way about the game. But this one came out on the Famicom Disk System, which was at the time a... Well, it's like an add-on for like the SNES or like, sorry, the NES. or was like a separate system. I don't remember, but like the thing is, it actually ran on well, something like floppy disks. It wasn't exactly floppy disks, but it was kind of similar. And as far as I understand it, this never made it to the West. It was like a Japan-only system, officially at least. It was pushed very much by Nintendo at the time, to the point of having like official Mario and Zelda sequels made like exclusively for the console. But more importantly, and like more interestingly, there's like a very interesting thing that they did, in that you could buy rewritable floppy disks basically, or like whatever the Famicom game disks were called, and for a fee you could go to a Nintendo store, as far as I've read it anyway, and they would put new games on it. They would kind of like wipe the disc and like put another game on there for like a small fee. So it was kind of like I mean, it's kind of like Netflix, I guess, but for games and more awkward. It's kind of like a very, 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 very proto version of Steam in some regards. Not to like a great degree, but you know, it had to start somewhere, right? But yeah, that's actually the more interesting thing about the whole idea. It's not like Kid Icarus, but Famicom Disk System. Actually, just so that we are all fully educated, let me like bring up the Wikipedia article for this. Yep, it is a peripheral for the NES, released only in Japan in February 21st, 1986. It uses proprietary floppy disks called disk cards for cheaper data storage, and it adds a new high-fidelity sound channel for supporting disk system games. Yeah. It's like kind of like an add-on, to be honest. It's kind of like how the Sega CD was a few years later. If anyone remembers that, like you got the Mega Drive or the Genesis, and you would kind of like put a whole another unit on top of it through the disc slot, which had a little like CD player on top of it, and that would let you play CD games on that. Like, there was like maybe 20 games made for the Sega CD before they kind of like pulled the plug and moved on to the Saturn, I think, which also didn't last long because they just like jumped onwards to the Dreamcast. Hey, Persona 3 Portable Steam Store page is live. Oh yeah, I hadn't actually seen, but I did see there was an update on Persona 4 on Steam, which was kind of surprising, to be honest. But let's see, Persona 3 Portable. Do we have like a price for this? Nope. So it's like a safe bet that this is gonna be like a €40 game. On the eShop, it's $20. Oh, okay. I mean, that's like a lot more reasonable, to be honest. I'm not actually gonna get this, by the way, because I've had enough of Persona 3 for like a lifetime just by streaming it. I dread to think what this would do to me if I had to play it and feel obligated to get all the achievements. Because this was not a forgiving game. Or streamlined. Or very interesting at points. There's like a lot that I don't particularly like about Persona 3 specifically. I mean, I haven't ever played as like the female protagonist, because even though I had like Persona 3 Portable on the actual PSP, I never really bothered, to be honest. Is there like a way to see the achievement list for this? Portable is a lot more than Persona 4. Like I said, I've played Persona 3 Portable. I've played like the entire thing on stream, on the FES festival, I guess, if that's the thing. Let's see. Yeah, and of course, I did the #1 mistake and went through the comments of the the community. It starts, please don't waste our time with this inferior version. Why PSP version instead of FES? Are they gonna charge $20 for this? P3P, no FES, correct? Yeah, I'm just gonna stop reading this. It's actually legitimately depressing. I'm looking for the achievement list for this, by the way. Let's see if there's like they leaked everywhere. Let's see. So wait, Portable is also the version that didn't have all the cutscenes, right? Because they removed all the videos from the for capacity wasn't enough on the PSP, right? Yeah, the list hasn't gone live yet, unfortunately. Hey, Archie, hi, how's it going? How are we doing today? We're like taking a small sidestep from this day in gaming to do this Persona in gaming. I mean, this day in Persona. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I remember this one being like the least streamlined of like all the Persona games that I've played so far, and I really don't know if I want to do this to myself again. Like, even off stream, I probably have things that interest me more than that. Yeah. But hey, to each their own, I mean. Just like wondering what they choose to make an achievement out of. Like, is it gonna be like Persona 5 Royal, which is like easy mode all the way through? Or is it gonna be like Persona 4, where you have to like do multiple playthroughs and get like a specific character to do like 250 different voice lines and get all the skill cards and read all the books and stuff like that? That's gonna be annoying. Because I also remember Persona 3 was a lot more stringent with its time limits. Like the window for engaging with specific social links was a lot shorter than in 4 and 5. They made it like a lot more forgiving to, you know, not have kindness at 3 by May 2nd to, you know, start like an event or something. That was like a thing that legitimately pissed me off in Persona 3, because there's like literally no way you know in advance like all the cutoff dates. You just like show up at school one day and the little poster for the home economics class is not over. It's not there anymore. And I'm like, oh, I guess I should have been focusing on kindness from the very start, or knowledge or whatever. It's like, FOMO. God. But yeah, I mean, this kind of makes sense because they also announced like I saw it in my library today. They announced like a few changes on Persona 4 on Steam, which is, you can find them here. Like the main update that I'm taking away from this is like they added quick save to everywhere in Persona 4. They added the album feature, which is kind of like the viewing room from Persona 5, where you can kind of like go back and rewatch all the social link steps that you've taken. And like the biggest like takeaway from this is they are killing the 32-bit version. So like only the 64-bit version is going to be live from January 19th, basically. I wonder if there's like a way to back this up, to be honest. Like I don't have any 32-bit systems anymore. But even like just for preservation's sake, I wonder if there's like a way to keep like an older repository of, you know, the install or something. Who knows? Yeah, and they also add French, Italian, Spanish, German, and simplified Chinese. Minor bug fixes, which I hate it when there's patch notes and it says minor bug fixes and there's nothing there about what the bug fixes were. Like, okay, sure. I used to be. Yeah, I know, like, you used to be able to call back previous, Steam ID, what's it called? I guess repositories is the correct word, right? I'm not very much into that kind of thing, so I don't know the terminology, but you used to be able to go back to SteamDB and like tell it to download an earlier version of it. Yeah. Sadly, in the name of progress, we have killed the 32-bit era of gaming, I guess. I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be like some like pirated version out there that's gonna be the original executable or whatever. And again, this is not something that like directly affects me, but it's kind of a shame that they don't want to have like two concurrent versions going at the same time. Like, I get why, especially if I don't know, like Atlus hasn't been particularly good either way, like, or bad either way, with ongoing support, but I get that normally you'd have to, you know, do twice the work if you've got like two different versions going, but it's a shame. It's a shame though that, like, I guess you can also disable updates on Steam, like take it on like offline mode or something. I don't know. From card solution to like Civ 4. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? You know, actually, I never realized that Civilization did that, especially with like all the flack that they got from like Civ 6 having a launcher now, which apparently breaks it for like Linux, I guess, and Steam Deck. What do I know? Like, I literally got a laptop to put Linux on, and all I've been using it for is literally Steam. So yeah. Maybe not the right person to be talking about this to begin with. But yeah, let me get back to schedule because we need to go to the game as well at some point. So 31 years ago, we're like still far off. I hadn't realized so many things came out on December 19th. A lot of interesting things too. But yeah. 31 years ago, December 19th, 1991, Genesis. Remember the Genesis? We just talked about it before, like all the Persona soliloquy. But yeah, Quackshot, starring Donald Duck, came out on the Genesis. One in a long line of DuckTales themed platform games. There was DuckTales, DuckTales 2, DuckTales 2 on the Game Boy. There was Quackshot, there was Maui Mallard, there was like the Goof Troop one. God, there's like so many like DuckTales and DuckTales related games, to be honest. I think I may have played all of them actually. At least like on the NES, SNES, and like the early Sega systems. This one, as far as I remember, Quackshot is the side stories or like the spin-offs, I guess, where Donald Duck is basically Indiana Jones, I guess. There's like this whole kind of like jungle exploration and like tomb exploration kind of thing. Like with most of these Disney platformers, it's competently made and there's not a lot I can say about. It's not DuckTales, it's not DuckTales 2, which were probably like the two most formative games of this whole thing, of this whole kind of like media spin-off. Also Darkwing Duck. Darkwing Duck was also great. You should try that. But yeah, I mean, Quackshot, Maui Mallard, all of those, like anything that was, like Mickey Mouse and Castle of Illusion, they were basic. They were like very, very basic. Not a lot of interesting mechanics. It was a lot of platforming. There was a lot of shooting. At some point, it all just feels like reskins, to be honest. It all feels the same mechanically. It just kind of like the player-facing facade kind of changes a little bit. You're like Donald Duck shooting little what are they called? Kind of plunger weapons, I guess. Or you're Maui Mallard and you're shooting little pebble things. The weapons were kind of weird, to be honest. And I was one of those people that never read the manual, so I didn't know their proper names. Or you're like in Castle of Illusion and throwing apples at enemies, but it's all mechanically still the same. I mean, at that point, I think the only thing that was different in all of these, suction cabarros. I mean, there could be. I really don't know. But I know it's kind of like similar to a weapon that Darkwing Duck also had. That was suction cabarros. Although it wasn't arrows, it's just like a gun, I guess. So, something to that effect. But I think the only thing that these games ever differentiated themselves with was basically the boss design. Because the levels weren't particularly interesting. This still being like the 8 and 16-bit era where, you couldn't like visually do much with the game world other than different layers going from front to back, maybe some parallax scrolling if you're being fancy, I guess. But yeah, I think like for most people that have played more than 2 of these, the thing that they're going to differentiate them on is the boss fights. And even then, there's like a lot of the late 80s to early 90s stable boss fights, like the boss that rushes people and you have to jump out of the way, or the boss that you need to wait for them to do their super strong attack so that they get tired afterward and you can shoot them because they're now vulnerable. There's like a lot of those, which I also think is why DuckTales as a game, like the DuckTales and DuckTales 2 games at least, were a bit more unique, because I think it was the only game of the Disney ones where you didn't actually shoot at things, but you more had to jump on things. And it had like a more mechanically challenging element in the pogo jumps, because basically in those games you control Scrooge McDuck, and one of the ways that he gets around is that he's got his cane, which he can use to either golf club objects out of the way by positioning himself in front of them and just like doing like a little T thing. It's like a little golf tee thing. Or you can pogo jump on them by kind of like placing his weight on it and going boing 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 across the level. Which at least in like the original versions and the NES versions, you couldn't just like hold down a button. You had to like press it with like a rhythm, so he could just like boing 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 all the way across. Fun fact: the 2016 remake of DuckTales by WayForward actually kept that option in as hard pogo. Which is, to my 5-year-old brain, very amusing, but moving on. I mean, I don't know if I could like ever say anything interesting about these games as a whole. They're like very, very samey. There was like even like a Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers one, which, again, you go around, you shoot things, you platform things, and the bosses are the one thing that's mostly interesting. The rest of it is mechanically correct, mechanically functional, but not much to write home about. And Quackshot, I think, is one of the same. That was an endorsement for the box, by the way. If they ever make a remake, just like let me know and I'll like send an endorsement. It's like mechanically competent. Ding. But yeah, we're getting to the interesting things though now. So because 25 years ago, December 19th, 1997, Game Boy had its very, very first Harvest Moon game. very imaginatively called Harvest Moon GB or Game Boy. It's actually, I think, the second game in the series. I think it's also like the first, like, no, I think it's like guaranteed the first portable game in the series. So basically, if you've never played a Harvest Moon game and etc., get out of your rock and see around the world, etc., you basically, in various iterations of the series, and there's been a lot, inherit a farm from like some distant relative. I think it's like your grandfather in most of these games, and like basically the old bastard died and left you like a very unmanageable farm that you have to figure out how to make profitable or, you know, functional. You basically start with a huge tract of land that's overrun with rocks, logs, weeds, trees, etc., and basically the game's kind of built in a sort of kind of like tiered progression thing. You are meant to kind of like get like small shitty crops and small shitty tools, clear out a very small piece of land with the tools, because those shitty tools won't actually clear any of the bigger obstacles, basically. Tend to that small piece of land that you just cleared with, make sure the shitty crops kind of grow up to be shitty produce, sell it for a very shitty amount of money, and invest that shitty amount of money into getting slightly less shitty tools. And you know, Stardew Valley for people whose backyards. I mean, yeah, back in my day. Back in my day, you had to till your valleys, not go and be adventurers in the mines or whatever. But yeah, basically that's kind of like the whole thing. That's kind of like the whole loop. You do things, you make money, you get better things, and that gives you access to do more things, basically. You get the basic axe, which lets you cut down small trees. And then when the first harvest is in and you get a few bits of money, you go buy a better axe, which now lets you clear out bigger trees from your farm, which in turn gives you more land and eventually unlocks new features, etc., At some point, I don't remember in the Game Boy one if you could do this, but at some point you also get like farm animals. You get cows that you can milk, you get chicken that you can get eggs off of, you get a horse that you can't ignore unless you need to travel very far and very fast. You get like a whole menagerie of things that you can actually let to die from illness if you don't pay attention to them. And I may or may not have been doing that on accident for a lot of these games in the series. On top of that, there's like also a season system where like you get different access to different crops at different times of the year. Like you can plant watermelons during the summer, but once fall kind of rolls over, those watermelons kind of like dry up and die. Or like, you know, there's like a whole rotation thing built kind of into it that you need to pay attention to, because each crop has like a specific number of days that it needs before it can yield its produce. And there's a timing element to that. But mostly in these games, it's at least the first couple of in-game years, it's the constant idea that there's too much to do and too little time to do them in. Because on top of all of that, there's also a social system in most of these games where you can basically make friends from like villagers and other like people near your farm, and eventually even kind of, you know, marry one of them if you're into that kind of thing. And in most of these games, unfortunately, it kind of is like the end goal usually is to kind of like romance someone and, you know, make a family, which I feel kind of like later games in the series did this better. Although the series as a whole kind of like took like a steady nosedive over the years because they just couldn't be bothered to make anything better, at least in my opinion. It all became a bit stale, to be honest, and it took, you know, the indie success story that was Stardew Valley to I guess, kind of revitalized the genre, because up until that point, the only, I guess, real option that you had was basically playing Rune Factory, which is the fantasy version of Harvest Moon, and that one becomes a bit more interesting because it has certain RPG elements in it and combat and stuff like that. But yeah, Stardew Valley is probably, you know, a good, you know, success story, and also a good example of, you know, fans can sometimes do it better. Which I guess is the same with Sonic Mania, while we're on the subject, because there was a song by Sonic Mania a few minutes ago, a few hours ago, I guess. We've been going for this for a while. And we're not even halfway through. Amazing. So let's jump ahead to 21 years ago, 2001. Silent Hill 2, but not the PS2 one. Silent Hill 2 Restless Dreams, the Xbox version, the original Xbox version, the also PC version, I believe, is the same release. So yeah, Silent Hill 2, the follow-up to one of the greatest horror games of all time. Also, Silent Hill 2 is probably the best horror game of all time. If you've not played it, please play it at some point in your life. Even if you're not a fan of horror games, this is like a deep dive into psychoanalysis made game. It's amazing, like what they did with this, especially considering it was a PS2 game. So basically, Silent Hill 2, a sequel, but not really a sequel, in that it doesn't actually follow the story of the first game to any greater degree. It's perhaps a sequel in the location, because like that's more or less the biggest common denominator with most Silent Hill games, except for, and maybe I guess like Book of Memories, is that it all takes place in Silent Hill. The main character of the series isn't James or Heather or whatever his name from 4 is, like the hilariously non-character from 4. The city is usually the protagonist, like the place where all the bad things happen, but not really bad things, just things that you, the player, bring into it, or more accurately, you, the protagonist that the player is playing as, brings into the city. So yeah, Silent Hill 2, James Sunderland, the least assertive protagonist in games ever, basically starts with him visiting Silent Hill, having gotten a letter from his wife telling him, please meet me there, to the place where I don't remember how it goes exactly, but I think it's something to the place where we first met or something like that, which is a bit weird because his wife has been dead for 3 years. So yes, thus starts a very, very, very fucked up psychological experiment of a game, which turns out to be amazing, like I said. There's a lot of allegory, there's a lot of parallels to characters, mental situations. There's a few very iconic moments in the game, mostly involving Pyramid Head, I don't actually remember what his official name is. There's I want to say it's like Red Pyramid Thing or something like that, which I think is so dumb because Pyramid Head just works as a omnipresent, killing force kind of entity, kind of like Pinhead or Freddy Krueger or Jason. Pyramid Head just works like that. So I don't know why they had to, make it official. And by the way, I'm picking this up from the remake. Is the remake that they're making? It's not a remaster. I think it's being remade from scratch by Bloober Team of all people. Anyway, but yeah, Silent Hill 2 is actually getting a remake next year, I think, from the same people that made Observer and God, I want to say Layers of Fear, and also what was the other one? Hold on, Bloober Team. They're Polish, by the way. We've actually had one game of them, which is Layers of Fear, for previous months of around the world. You can actually see that in February or something. Let's see. Oh, the medium. Yes, sorry. Yeah, it was like also the medium. So yeah, it's like basically horror-ish game. So they've got like a good track record. I don't exactly know if it's great to, you know, give an established studio like a franchise that's long-standing and also very ingrained in people's, like, people have like a very set idea of what a Silent Hill game should be, and when you give it to a studio that has a totally different style of horror, because, you know, Layers of Fear, Observer, the Medium, you can see them, they're all like a lot more visceral as far as experiences go. Maybe the slow burning part that I always feel horror is missing is there, but I don't know about the rest of the psychological stuff. So fingers crossed it's good, because Silent Hill 2 is one of those games that does absolutely deserve the Resident Evil 2 remake treatment. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. This and its previous in the series game is not a prequel. But the Silent Hill 1 and 2 are also kind of known for like kind of pioneering the whole less is more thing. Mainly, you've all heard about the way they've kind of covered the technical limitations of their systems by using copious amounts of fog to limit the draw distance, basically. And in doing that, it actually helps the world building, the atmosphere. And infamously, when they remade Silent Hills 1 through 3 for the PS3 and removed the fog, firstly, the tech issues all came back, because why wouldn't they? And two, it lost most of its character. So yeah, well done. Turns out if you can see the monster kind of 2 kilometers in the distance coming at you slowly, it kind of loses its effectiveness. Who knew? But yeah, Silent Hill 2 Restless Dreams, the Xbox and PC version. I've not actually played these. Silent Hill 2 on the PC is notoriously hard to find, or was. I'm not sure if it's on GOG nowadays. I could kind of check around, but at the end of the day, you can probably just like emulate it or get it off some other like place. Not saying where though. Silent Hill. Let's see. Is it on GOG? Oh, only 4 is on GOG. Never mind. But yeah, it's probably like the best one of the series, even up to this point. Like 2 and 3 are probably the high points of the series. 1 was okay, bit rough around the edges. 4 was a bit too clever for its own sake. Everything after 4 doesn't exist. I mean, like, okay, everything under 4 kind of became a bit more action-oriented and a bit less paced as far as horror games go. So I don't like Downpour. I mean, I don't know. I know. Wait, hold on. Are you being funny now? Because I don't remember. Is Downpour the one with Travis? God, there's been like so many of them. Or was Downpour like the remake of 1? Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. Downpour is the one with the prisoner. Oh, wait. Murphy. That's his name. I've not played that one. I've only watched it. It doesn't look like a very good game. To me, at least. So, yeah. The one with Travis, the one with Murphy, the one with, like, the... Like, even 4 isn't that amazing. Like, 4 is... okay? But, like, following after 3 with 4 is a bit of a... like, a small dip downwards in quality. At least for me. It wasn't that amazing. Especially the little bits in between with, like, the apartment are insanely boring. Like you literally have to stop the story every time you're in the apartment to go hunt for, you know, clues or little pieces of the journal, or to go peek at your neighbor's bedroom, which is all kinds of weird, through a hole in the wall. It just like kills the momentum. I understand they kind of wanted to do that as part of like a, you know, pace this a bit better thing, but it instead kind of grinds all the flow to a halt. And that's like literally the worst thing about Silent Hill 4. It is like all the in-between things. Like, it's okay. Like, I like the idea that you only get to see like 13 enemies all throughout the game, and each one of them is like, you know, one of the people that what's his name, John Sullivan or whatever his name was, kind of killed. Spoilers, by the way. I like the idea that you kind of have to pick and choose which ones of them you permanently get rid of with like the little like stabby swords that you do. I like the idea of the game worlds being like different parts that are like close to the apartment that you're in. But the thing where you have to return to the apartment every time you do a story beat and basically play hunt the pixel until you find like whatever fucking clue the game wants you to find, it kills the momentum. It just like basically puts it to the ground and stomps it until it stops moving. And then it's like, okay, come on, pick up, time to go. It's badly paced, and for a horror game that's like twice as bad than any other kind of game. Because pacing is, for me at least again, pacing is what horror lives and dies on. Because without proper pacing, you can't manage your players' expectations or their reactions or their emotions to some degree. Speaking of emotions, nah, I'm just kidding. Speaking of weird things though, 20 years ago, December 19th, 2002, you may have heard of this one. A little known game came out on the PS2 20 years ago, Metal Gear Solid 2. Well, actually, it's Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, which I think is like the expanded version. Came out on the PS2, and I think this is also like the Xbox version, actually. But yeah, Substance is the main game. Let's see, new thread effects, additional cutscenes, a new set of dog tags, as well as the inclusion of boss survival and casting theater modes that were missing in the North American version of the original game. Yeah, basically, yeah, it's like an expanded director's cut version of MGS2. And we've streamed MGS2. I've said all that I needed to say about MGS2 during MGS2 streams. Let's just say MGS2 is a weird game, and Kojima is a weird person. I don't know if I'd hail him as like the creative auteur that everyone else is, but okay, it's a fun game, it's an interesting game. Is the version with the skateboard minigame? Yes, this is the PS2 version that had the skateboard game. I think the Xbox one didn't, because it was meant to be some kind of like advertisement for some game or another, I think. I'm not exactly sure about this, but I think this is the version with the skateboard. Yeah, you can do big air and 360 no hands on like the Strat F, I guess. Have the time for a 4-hour discussion on Kojima. Yeah, I mean, that's like a thing. So there's like, I feel there's like someone's psychology thesis hiding in this discussion, like Kojima, a diatribe or something like that. But you know, needless to say, he makes interesting games. Not always great games, but at least interesting. That being said, I'm very much looking forward next year, if I am still streaming at that point, to play a bit of MGS3, which I've never, ever played. And I am particularly dreading having to go through MGS4 as well, because I kind of promise I'm going to finish the series at some point, and yeah. Not looking forward to that. But kind of like the long and short of it, it's a kind of stealth-oriented action game with weird camera angles and even weirder stories and even weirdest characters. And lest it be forgotten, this is also the series that at some point has someone called, I want to say Cold Hotman or like Hot Coldman or something like that. That's like legitimately a character's name in the series. It's like Hot Coldman or something. Hold on. Yes, Hot Coldman. It's like literally a character that's a character in series. I think the interesting part is though you could play 200% design conventional games. Yeah, I mean, like the deranged games are more fun usually. This is why like the sweaty games and the Suda 51 games are also usually a lot more fun than say because like other contemporaries, I guess. I'm trying to remember which ones those were. Kind of like hard to when did like Killer 7 come out, for example? Anyway, like you get the point. Like there's like these, the press calls them auteur game designers, basically. I don't like that term generally because it implies some sense of, you know, superiority when, I mean, it's just like difference. But yeah, like output from those people usually is a lot more interesting to play, if not always better to play. And speaking of not always better, on the same day with MGS2 coming out in Japan on the PS2, the Substance version, we also had another sequel to a, I wouldn't say long-standing series, but it was like at least 3 games at that point, so maybe yes. Xbox had its tech demo. Well, okay, not a tech demo. It felt like a tech demo though. Panzer Dragoon Orta. Has anyone ever played this? Because I feel there's literally 10 people that know of this game nowadays. It's like the really snide way to put it. That's what turns a way to contextualize independent thought as elite mainstream thought. I mean, snide, yeah, cheeky way of putting it, but yeah, I get what you mean. Got a really quick meeting or two. I mean, fair enough. Hope you survive them. As someone that finally has like a few days of work, I do not envy you at all. I wouldn't say enjoy, but I would say good luck. And who knows, maybe by the time you're back, I'll be actually in a game instead of this. I mean, there's not a lot left, to be honest. Panzer Dragoon Orta, actually. The 4th game in the series, if you count Saga, which you absolutely should count Saga, because it's an amazing game. But yeah, it's kind of like a continuation of the original, well, it wasn't original, but you know, the rail shooters that were the Panzer Dragoon games. If you've not played a Panzer Dragoon game, you're basically a dude or a dudette kind of sitting on a dragon, following an on-rails path through the level, shooting at things, either with your character's pistol, which is like the light fire, or with your dragon's laser beams, which is the lock-on charge ability. So Orta, as far as I remember, had this whole thing where the more you used a form, the better it became. Like, it wasn't exactly experience. It was more like, I don't know, like the more enemies you killed, the stronger it became or something like that. It was also, I think, the first Panzer Dragoon game that relied a lot more heavily on the story aspects. Orta, as far as I remember, is the name of like the lady protagonist that rides around like on the dragon. Let's see, what else was there about? Let me check actually. Yeah, protagonist Orta. Yeah, there we go. I think it was like also the first Panzer Dragoon game that gave a lot more emphasis to alternate paths through levels, because in Panzer Dragoon and Panzer Dragoon 2, the basic idea was just like, you know, score attack, get from point A to point B and tag as many enemies, do as many combos and multipliers as you could to get like a good score, and then beat the boss without dying. In Orta, basically, you had different paths to the levels. They didn't actually change a lot, as far as I remember, but like you could kind of choose your poison kind of thing. Like the left side in like any given level would probably have, you know, X amount of enemies that were more powerful, while the right side would have like X times 2 enemies but were slightly less powerful. I don't think it ever mattered what path you took. Like, it wouldn't change the story of, you know, the game. like to reflect what paths you kind of chose. And most of the times the paths that you would choose were very badly telegraphed, because here's the problem: the game had at the time much higher definition graphics of the Xbox as opposed to the basically like Sega Saturn, PS1. I don't actually remember, did Panzer Dragoon 1 come out on PS1? Let me check, because I'm pretty sure it was like a Sega thing on the Saturn initially. Yeah. First 3 games were developed in the 1990s for the Sega's Team Andromeda for the Sega Saturn. Yep. So, yeah. Pretty sure they eventually made it to PC as well, but they were blocky. They were very proto 3D kind of deals. Not very interesting to look at nowadays. Even when the first one actually got like a remake on the Switch. And PS4. And probably also PC, I don't know. But Orta was the first one that had, you know, next-gen graphics at the time. Xbox. God damn it. See, this is like the problem with their naming conventions. I want to say the first Xbox, but I can't say Xbox One because Xbox One was like the third console after 360. So, thanks for that, Microsoft, I guess. But yeah, Xbox the first was kind of a big leap from, you know, Saturn and PS1 and even PS2, arguably, even though like the motion engine eventually kind of could output a lot better stuff than Xbox early games. But Xbox generally had like more processing power as far as I remember. And Panzer Dragoon Orta kind of took full advantage of that. There was a lot done with shimmering, reflections, interesting geometric shapes, but the thing is, because this was still early-ish Xbox fare, it was very, 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 very busy visually. Like, the color palette was all over the place. It was basically, in my mind, there was a meeting with like all the art departments at, I want to say Smilebit made this game. Hold on. Let's see. Smilebit, yes. Basically, like the art department of Smilebit kind of did like a meeting, and they all said, what should the color palette be for this game? And then someone stood up and said, all of it. And everyone started like clapping like crazy. And yeah, it's like a very, very, very busy game. And that's without like all the particle effects that get like vomited into your face constantly. It's very hard to see what you're doing in Panzer Dragoon Orta, to be honest. It's not a very, I don't know, appealing game for me. It is really, really busy in like all the worst ways, unfortunately, which is fine. But I mean, there's like games that made a thing out of visually, you know, overwhelming the player, like Audio Surf or mainly these kinds of games, you know, the particle heavy rhythm games mostly kind of like make a habit of overwhelming the player. Like Karuga did that to some extent. Shooters as well, etc., etc. But in this case, it's all in 3D, and you're also meant to be dodging stuff. So the more things you put on screen at the same time, the harder it is for me, the player, to know what the fuck out of all of that I'm supposed to be flying towards, what I'm supposed to be dodging away from, and what I'm supposed to be shooting at any given time. There's too much happening at the same time. And I feel this, and probably the character of Orta herself being a bit of a non-character, to be honest. Like she's very much kind of relegated to just being the pistol on top of the dragon at most parts of the game. And yeah, eventually there's like some kind of prophecy that she's supposed to come and unite the dragons, blah, 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 etc., to stop the mega dragon from happening or whatever. It's like that YouTube channel where they try to describe games without knowing what they're about. That what I just said just like felt like something out of there, to be honest. Wow, that was a fast one. Ooh, you got 8 minutes. Well, lucky you. That's exactly how much we have until we're done with the list and the ads kick in. So yay. But yeah, it's very, very busy. I would not recommend it. It's dizzying, to be honest. So yeah, maybe if you want to play like a good Panzer Dragoon game, find someone with a Saturn and get them to let you play Panzer Dragoon Saga, because that's like legitimately the best Panzer Dragoon game to have ever come out. End of story. Yeah, speaking of stories, let's see what else came out this day in gaming. I mean, 15 years ago, 2007, Sensible World of Soccer came out on the Xbox 360. I could not even tell you what this is about. I've never been one for soccer games. Like, in fact, the only soccer games I've ever played in my life were like I don't remember what it was called, on the NES. Soccer, probably. Like, that was back in the day where you could just like put what the game was in the title and, you know, call it a day. And also I think it's like Road to World Cup 98, and that was just because someone lent it to me back in 98 when, you know, the whole World Cup craze was a thing. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you what Sensible World of Soccer is like, but if you're into soccer games, you probably know better than me if you like these. On the same subject, let's see. Why do we even have like DLCs? 5 years ago, 2017, PS4 had a DLC? I guess it's a DLC. Yeah, it's like an expansion or something. Need for Speed Payback, which I know is a game. Speed Cross, which Google tells me is an update. Like, what the actual fuck? Why is this in my list? Why do I have a patch of a game coming up in my This Day in Gaming? I don't get it. Someone fucked up on this list. Jesus. Well, anyways, moving right on. Need for Speed. You know, big cars go vroom vroom, etc. But we get to the final one for finally today. 4 years ago, December 19th, 2018, Atom RPG came out on PC. Atom RPG, where to start with this? This is a very, 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 very highly recommended game by anyone that's played it. Apparently, it's Fallout by way of Deus Ex in design. It's the kind of old school isometric RPG that, I mean, again, like Fallout, has like a lot of things baked into it. It's got like a lot of interplay of characters and skills and how you use those skills with the game world. It's the kind of thing that I've kind of had my eye out for in ages, but I just can't justify at the moment, you know, starting yet another RPG. I don't actually own this one, to be honest. I do own Trudograd, which I'm not sure if it's like a sequel or something. Yeah, I see that I own that. And yeah, it's basically kind of like a newer version of Fallout, kind of like Fallout reimagined by like fans, more or less. I've heard like a lot of very, 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 very good things about this specific one, and at some point I'm probably gonna get around to, you know, giving it a try. It's also apparently Steam Deck verified, which is surprising. So yeah, I mean, at some point. Like the store page says, Atom RPG is a post-apocalyptic indie game inspired by classic CRPGs, Fallout, Wasteland, System Shock, Deus Ex, Baldur's Gate, and many others. That's a lot of heavy name drops there. In 1986, both the Soviet Union and the Western Bloc were destroyed in mutual nuclear bombing. So yeah, Fallout. You are one of the survivors of the nuclear holocaust. Your mission to explore the wild and wondrous world of the Soviet wasteland, to earn your place under the sun, and to investigate a shadowy conspiracy. So yeah, again, here's the System Shock and Deus Ex aimed at destroying all that's left of life on Earth. And maybe also, you know, Sarevok from Baldur's Gate, probably. For from what I can see from the screenshots, it's like 3D isometric Fallout-ish. It's got a bajillion different skills, just like Fallout, and I guess perks, etc., resistances, etc., etc. There's there's like a lot of fun love for this. Like it's like very positive based on like 7,500 reviews, which is sizable for an indie game. But yeah, I can't really talk about this as I haven't played it, but oh, dropped frames. Hello, that was weird. But with that, I think we're about good to go and just, you know, get the annoying ads out of the way, for which I'm very, very sorry. I'll drop them now so that we get a nice uninterrupted segment of the shitty, I mean, for Close to the Sun. So music goes away, ads start, and for those of you that don't actually get ads, congratulations, stick around while we start on Close to the Sun. Let me just like change the title, let me change the aspects, the Bioshock counter. Jesus Christ. But yeah, the Bioshock aspect still happening. The game's intro is like way too loud. And again, it did the thing where it started on the wrong screen. So now I get to redo and move and annoyingly put everything in windowed mode and drop the resolution so I can actually move it to a different screen. Which is such a fucking dumb way of doing things. I really don't like the way this game does things. Also, the way it doesn't keep my settings. Like I've lowered the audio so many times, and it still refuses to keep all of my freaking settings. And I hate that. I hate that so much. In fact, I don't particularly enjoy a lot of things about this game, mainly because of how much it tries to be like Bioshock. Also, hold the fuck on.
I'm worried.
Hold the fuck on. Did I not play this bit already? Oh my freaking god. The game doesn't keep saves in between chapters. You have to play it all in one go. What the fuck?
Maybe he mistook me for someone else.
This was like a 2020 game. What? Like, okay, I get not having quick saves, but not even like checkpoints?
Aubrey, help!
I'm on it! Sit tight!
Escape the cart before it
Still
crashes.
moving, Aubrey, stop the cart!
I'm trying!
Oh no. About to explode. Madness.
Jump! Jump, Rose!
Jesus.
Rose!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've already played half of this chapter and it kept none of my progress.
Oh, thank God!
Oh my god. Am I gonna have to like quit at
Thanks,
like the
Aubrey.
chapter
It's
select?
gone bad. A second later, and... So, where am I?
I've got some good news and some bad news. What do you want first?
Bad news first, always.
You're playing this game. That's the bad news. The good news is you can Alt F4 anytime you want.
But that obviously won't happen.
Also, you should
Good news
totally be
is
able to
I
climb
know
this.
Exactly where you need
Like
to go.
this still looks climbable. Like in fact, you should also be able to just like pull yourself up from this. And this is kind of like the problem when they make this kind of level design. You need to make it appropriate for your character's proportions, damn it.
You get it? A light at the... Anyway, just follow the tunnel until you reach the station up ahead.
That sounds easy enough. I will go towards the light.
Great. I'm going to fix a few things here on my end. I'll check back in a bit.
Great. More fire.
Oh boy, more fire. Like, what were you expecting? Like, the entire thing is on fire. At this point, having the character go, oh great, more fire, doesn't sound like poignant or clever or smart. It just sounds like they're whining about obvious things. Like, literally obvious things. You could see the fire coming up to it. And you know how I know it? Because they had a dialogue for it saying, oh, I'm gonna go towards the light. Like, my dude. You can't both make a joke about going towards the light and then complain when you do get to the light. And go like, oh, great, more fire. What's next? Explosions? Also, I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Like, all the forced, kind of like, you know, body placement things. Like all the quick time events of having to dodge under beams and stuff. I already mentioned this previously. It's fine when games do this because they want to, you know, preserve kind of like some kind of like weight to the character, or, you know, kind of make it feel like you are actually in the game world. But at the point where we're playing as a person that's in...
Rose, you made it.
Aubrey!
God.
Yeah, I'm at the station. Where do I go from here?
Down.
You're at the tech labs. I've already
At the point where I'm literally exploring a giant cruise liner made by Nikola Tesla in an alternate universe, like 30s or 40s or whatever. I don't know. It feels kind of dumb. Also, can I just note that they do keep the collectible progress, but not your actual level progress? So, fuck that.
Isn't that right, Benny? Yeah?
Isn't that right, comic relief
He's like
corpse
a
of mine?
tulip of death.
That's kind of morbid. You sure you're okay, Aubrey?
I'm using my best friend's dismembered arm as a back scratcher. Of course, I'm not okay. Just continue through the tech labs.
Why are you aware of this? Why am I exploring? Why am I doing this to myself? Like, I should literally just want to go from point A to point B as fast as possible at this point. Especially because I've already played this part. Because I guess waypoints are hard, checkpoints are hard, quick saving is hard. All things, by the way, that the engine this game is made on comes with out of the box. Like, there's literally pre-made functions built into Unreal Engine 4 at this point, which allow it to do quick saves at any given point. And checkpoints if you somehow think that quick saves maybe don't preserve the horror or like the authorial intent or whatever. I don't know. Like, people would justify just about any dumb shit if it makes them feel better about, you know, putting up with a game. Personally, at 1800 games and counting that I need to get through, I don't really need to put up with anything except, you know, for the amusement of people watching. Which, like, a totally different thing, by the way. Not at all hypocritical. Oh no. Exo leak, do not enter.
Better not be contagious.
I mean, yeah, I know I'm being kind of hard on this, but like, it makes no sense. And I hate losing progress that way. It also makes no sense that everything has to be exactly like Bioshock. You know. You're allowed individuality, guys. Like, storming a teacup, if anyone's listening, I would actually love to see a version of this game where you do your own thing and not, you know, Bioshock but horror, or Bioshock but walking simulator, or, you know, Bioshock but not as good.
You can fix this. Not likely.
Like, I legitimately think there's like a decent game in here, but they were just like so wrapped up in making it feel just like Bioshock that it kind of loses any of its own kind of like identity, I guess. Like, see, there's like interesting things. Like, I've talked about this earlier. Like, there's like a whole map of the entire ship that you can actually see everything, every location on. But why not have this? Like, okay, for starters, why not have this show like the pathways as well, so that it could legitimately be used as a navigation aid? And also, why not have like a portable version of this that you could kind of carry around and help you in, you know, exploring and stuff?
So, sabotage triggered a quarantine that didn't manage to contain the danger.
Yeah.
Fine, but there are too many bodies for one stab-crazy psycho.
I'm still missing something. We saw what that something was last stream, you know, before all my progress got paved. It was a very, very uninspired looking monster. Like, honestly, at this point, like, you'll see you're about to see the monster, like, he's around here somewhere. Like, etc, etc. But honestly, at this point, it would probably be a lot better to just like have the blue mist be the thing that chases you.
About that. Could you unpower this lightning machine ahead of me?
Unpower. Unpower.
Okay,
Not turn off. Not wind down. Not disable. No, not like one of like a plethora of different words that means turning things off, but unpower. Like the grammatically least appropriate way of saying this.
Isn't there a way
Like,
to turn this
I don't
off
think
and
they could have
immediately?
chosen like a more awkward word for this, like unpower. Am I dead? No such luck. Like, also knowing my lag, it's probably gonna make me start from like way at the start of the chapter.
I'll check back in a bit, Rosie. This noise is giving Benny a headache.
Look at this. This is like actually at least like interesting to look at, right? And okay, maybe it's not like, you know, the most interesting of puzzles, but it is. Oh. Yeah, my bad. Bzz. I don't know how I managed this last time. Oh, it does keep my progress, but it also does respawn me at the end of the... Like, why? At this point, why not just, you know, reset the progress as well? Yep. I really don't get it. And here's like a more pertinent question. Also, let me just like run up the counter a little bit, because I mentioned Bioshock a whole bunch of times and I didn't credit it correctly. But yeah, again, at this point, if you're gonna make me respawn like that in like the least believable way possible, like, why on earth do we have to do all the bullshit, not quick time events, like all the bullshit like contextual action things, like climbing over obstacles or vaulting under other obstacles, basically. Well done. Yeah, I don't get why you make me do all these like super slow things, which, okay, actually I do get why they're making me do this, but like the usual excuse of, oh, it's just more realistic that way, doesn't really hold any water when the moment you die, you just like pop back into existence like nothing happened, like 5 steps behind where you were. Like, it would be like one thing if your progress also reset, because that would kind of imply that, you know, you fucked up and you have to retry, but now you're just like brute forcing everything, just like doing one bit at a time, and if you die, that's fine, your progress gets saved. Which again, I don't mind. But the game really has to just like pick a lane at this point. Do you want to have like this more like forgiving, more arcadey bits of you know, puzzle solving, or do you want to have like the slower, more thoughtful bits of exploration? You can't have it both ways.
Hey, stop!
I mean, okay, you can have it both ways, but it doesn't work well. That's basically the biggest issue there. Like, I mean, clearly you can have it both ways because that's how the game is already built. But,
Rose, please come in.
you know.
Rose.
Ada!
Rose!
Ooh,
oh,
Ada.
thank God. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine. What happened? I've been worried sick.
Okay, let's
My
like
transmissions
wait for a
were
moment
being
while
jammed, but I
exposition
found a way
happens.
around it. I assume Nicola got you locked up too.
Yeah, but I got out. I'm almost at the biolabs. You're still there, right?
Wait, you got out of the lockdown? How?
I got help from that Aubrey guy. He's trapped too. And he saved my life, so we need to get him before we leave. I promised him.
Of course we will. But first, the research. They hold the keys to everything.
Right. Did you manage to get the other half?
No, it's in the theater. We'll pick it
Also,
up together
imagine
right
having
after.
like a panic attack the
Surgery.
first time you've seen like
Of all the places to get locked up.
like a bunch of corpses in the
Losing your
game.
signal again.
The character has like a panic
Yeah.
attack,
Rose!
and suddenly now she's just fine wading through even more of them. You know, all because she did the leaf-in blowout kind of thing. Oh yeah, there's like this thing, the access codes. Damn it. Oh, where was that?
Disgusting.
Yeah. Gross. Oh yeah, it's like the guy at the last stall has it. Hold on. Go. 3, 2, 1, 2, 2. Bye bye. Sorry, not time for emotions here. I mean, I've done this bit already. I don't really care much about it anymore. You know, like it's only effective the first time you've seen it. Afterwards, you just, you know, why didn't my progress get saved? 3, 2, 1, 2, 2. Oh shit! I put in like a 3 by accident. Thank you. Time to see the ghosts. So yeah, as I was saying, like you're about to see like the monster that's about to kind of like start chasing after me. But honestly, at this point, I would much rather this blue goo thing or like gas or whatever was the, you know, the enemy, you know? I don't know, it kind of like feels more appropriate. Like to me, horror is less about showing you gross things and more about implying that there might be gross things in the shadows or in the background or just behind you. Don't turn around, that kind of thing. Because there will never, ever, ever be a more effective like terror than the one you kind of spin for yourself in your own head. Like, our imaginations are way more competent at keeping us on edge than any like visual media might eventually get to be. Like, personal opinion always. You can disagree if you want, but honestly for me, all the best horrors are the implied ones. Like, it's not the horror itself, it's the promise of horror. I mean, it's also like fundamentally why Cthulhu works that well as a as a kind of like universe, right? And I'm talking about like the books, not like the games that have kind of like endlessly reimagined like what Cthulhu looks like, and you know, invariably just like tag on a few more tentacles, and that's about it. The books were like very vague with how they would describe this usually, and I feel that kind of like added to the horror, right? Because like you would imagine like the book said like the unknowable horrors that inspire fear and terror and madness into men's minds or something like that. And you would imagine like the worst thing possible, like personalized for you, not just like some artist's rendition of yeah, I'm dead. Yep. No, I'm burning. Oh my god, my clothes must be so flammable. I literally caught on fire just by stepping on it. Bye. Also, very awkward way of like placing you facing towards the monster. So you actually have to turn around to run away. Also, the motion blur doesn't really do much for it, to be honest. But yeah, like I said, there's like there will never be any horror that's like.
Wow, that was close.
Aubrey, what the hell?
Okay,
What's that?
I've not seen this bit.
My dear, was one of the temporal anomalies.
That thing is a repeated time. How does that make any sense?
I don't know, how does any of this game make sense? Come on.
Biological system. These things are merely antibodies. Cleaning up the mess.
Antibodies, yes.
How did you know?
You know what would be great as antibodies, like the blue mist,
Well, they are
instead of like monsters.
those they follow. Not men are directly
That's 3 times I owe you. Thanks, Aubrey.
So, do you know where the biolabs your sister is trapped?
Yeah. She's in a surgery room. Am I close?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Quarantine, day 0. Locked myself into animal containment and broke the door mechanism. Nothing should be able to get in. Not taking any chances. Fuck EXO and all the things in it.
Able to see her.
Woke up with these little fuckers taking a bite out of my ear. Hurts like a son of a bitch.
Hi to your
Need to find
sister.
some disinfectant.
Path should be open.
I will, Aubrey. Thank you again.
Shoot my legs to shreds. Okay. Okay. Are you seriously implying that he slept so deeply that he didn't wake up until his legs were gnawed off by rats? Like most of them still in their cages, so fine? No sense, but fine. Carefully continue towards the surgery room. Oh my god, please tell me there's not gonna be like any stealth segments again. Because honestly, like the one with what's his name, the Stubby Joe, whatever his name was, that one wasn't that great to begin with. Like, games should really stop trying to do stealth if they're not gonna equip the player properly for it. That's generally my what's it called? That's generally my stance on this whole thing. Like, do stealth if you have to, but at least equip the player in such a way that they get like immediate feedback on you know, like their visibility levels, so to speak. To Margaret Line, Biology Department C4, from Ann Thompson, Physics Department L9. Maggie, as I've already told you, just because I work in PhysDep doesn't mean I understand the methods of lead researcher Archer. Yes, I get that we would all like to conquer new scientific territory as fast as she has, but there's really no one aboard this ship that even comes close to matching her drive. Her mathematical work alone in creating infinite time loops by exploiting dimensional resonance is revolutionary. This means nothing to me. Except probably tell me how amazing the protagonist's sister is. So, yeah, I guess, like, well done here. But yeah, like, if you're not at every given... What the... That was actually hilarious. Oh, did the game think I was gonna be scared of that? That's like basically the alien dude kind of going all across the glass. Oh god, no game, you don't got it. I'm really sorry to say, you don't got it. But yeah, if you're gonna have stealth elements in a game, you need to like allow the player to be constantly aware of how visible they are, and this doesn't need to be complex, right? Like, you don't have to build a whole different subsystem, I guess, into your game. Like, you can absolutely have a first-person game where, you know, 95% of it is like an FPS, a shooter, and then there's like stealth sections for the other 5%. You know, like, you just need to have visual feedback of how visible your player is. You can have like an item with like LED lamps on it, and if the green one is turned on, then you're invisible to enemies. Okay, simplified, but you know, it works. And if it's red, then nope, you're in like a full sight. I mean, Metro does this exact thing, and while it's not, you know, 100% accurate, it works usually. Like, you don't need to kind of like code in like an entire light gem kind of in the Thief sense to, you know, have 20 different gradients of visibility for your character. Or you know what? You can have the character's body be visible, and whenever they're standing in shadow, you can just like make it darker all the way down to black, so that like they know how visible they are. That would be also like a good way of dealing with this. Thank you. Ladies' restroom. Jerk. Jump scares. Comes another one.
Experimentation, weather control, time manipulation.
This is Aperture Science. This is Aperture Laboratories. Pretty sure like the final boss is gonna be GLaDOS, or like steampunk GLaDOS or something. Door closes behind me. No? Door closes behind me. Huh. I was almost sure that was gonna happen. Okay, door doesn't close behind me because they gate us with this instead. Sister! Brother! I mean...
Fucking thing.
Hey, language.
Rose! Oh my god.
Snake!
My big sister's here. My big sister is here.
Yes, she is. And we, dear sister, are getting out of here. Come on, how do I get to you?
There's a door on your right. Short corridor, stairwell. You can't miss it.
I will be right down.
And by the moment we're there, she'll be gone.
Ada?
I didn't do anything.
Ada!
Yep.
Get out! Get out now! I can't. Rose, I can't. Rose,
Uh-huh.
listen to me. It's okay. Really, it's okay. You're here for me. I will love you forever for that. But I need you to do one thing. Get my research, Rose. Save it. Go to the theater and get the second notebook.
To the theater?
To everything.
Oh god.
You fix this. Promise me, Rose. Promise me. Not like this. Promise me, Rose.
Okay, I promise. She dead. No. Oh, hey sister. There's a way to do drama, and this is not it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Also, way to kill any potential drama that you actually didn't generate there by fading to black. Awesome. See, this was actually like a much better place to put the chase sequence in. This was legitimately a much better place. Oh no, it killed your sisters. The stakes are high now. Run. Not like fucking put it in the middle because reasons. The darkness of Hades. Oh, the poor Greek pantheon. They dragged it into this, didn't they?
Rose, are you there?
My sister is dead.
Come on, Rose. Answer me. Rose.
Metal Gear.
It's now on.
Wake up.
Coming. I'm running out of doors to close.
I don't care.
She dead.
She's gone,
Blah, blah.
Aubrey. I was too late. But she's gone.
No.
Like it's a game about freaking time travel
Scouts
and
on the
alternate
everything.
dimensions.
If you don't leave now, they will get you.
So
Promise.
wow.
Come on. Get up and get out. The left side door. Go.
Go quickly. Get up. Must escape slowly. Come on. I was like only 4 collectibles here. Lovely. Escape and keep your promise. Which one? Okay, I'll start the gym, I guess.
Good. Continue towards the physics department. Once you've gotten me out of here.
I'm not going to the engine halls, Aubrey.
Uh-oh.
But you said. You promised.
I know, Aubrey, I know. And I will stay true to my word. But my sister asked me to do one last thing for her. I have to do this first, Aubrey.
Family first. I
Yes.
understand. Where do you need to go?
Poor
The
guy.
theater. How do I get there?
Get that physics department door open while I work out how to get you to the theater. I'll be right back.
Poor Aubrey. Like, but also, what do we want to bet that Aubrey turns out to be, like an Edison spy? I think is like the term for this. Bzz. Collectibles. You know you fucked up your horror game when I, as a player, am more excited about collectibles than any of the actual horror. Collectibles, yes. Helios Physics Department expanding into new sectors. Yeah, okay. This was written by Ada. Our expansion into the sectors previously occupied by the weather department is taking longer than expected. This means that we henceforth have to be very economical with how we install our existing equipment. I'm aware that the weather department is taking their sweet time to pack up, but I remind you all to be patient and graceful during this process as we require their assistance later this year with power distribution. Wow. Manipulative much? Thank you. Thank you. Ah, okay. That was surprisingly simple. And I again assume this will close behind me somehow. Or not? Huh. Nice.
Okay, I think I've got a solution, Rose. You there?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Are
here.
you there? Where else
Something
would
is
I be, my
burning
dude?
Oh yeah, that would be the reactor core. This is ground zero where it all began. Turns out the fire we lit just kept on burning.
We didn't light the fire.
4 days. Don't breathe the fumes.
Except we
Highly
did, and it burned
said than
everything. Come to my attention, notification.
You gotta
Okay,
wait
this is
for me to
like
get to
by
the theater?
Ada again.
I do,
Is it like
but
a
you're not going to
one
like
of these?
Come on. Hit me.
Hit
See
me
where all
with
the
your
smoke
best
and fire is
shot.
coming from? Well, we're going to walk you straight through the middle of it.
I hate this place.
I love the cliches, like you're not gonna like this. Or let's later. Stimulated 38. Paragraph 2 of the new Physics Department regulation, the weekly code for core access has been changed to the following: 11223. This is like the least interesting code ever. And also like the least secure ones, like 11223.
Okay. Any last minute advice?
Also, I have to ask, like, this whole place was designed by Tesla, right? Or whatever. Like, did seriously like a genius of his caliber not think to use something more advanced, like 5-digit codes that only go from 1 to 3? Like, this shit is like incredibly easy to brute force. And then he's all like, oh no, Edison is sending his spies. Boo. How are they cracking our codes? It's like... Gets arrested like, I don't know, I just like tried a bunch of shit. Yeah. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 1 3. Like, dude, it's not that hard to brute force passwords that only have 3 possible digits in each of the 5 spots. I think it's like 3 to the 5th power or something like that, or like 3 to the 2nd times 5 or something. I don't remember like how you calculate the the amount of possible what are they called? Permutations, I guess. Find a way through the flames, through the fire and flames. See, it actually does save my progress. Why the fuck doesn't this carry over to like after you've kind of like exited the game? Can't I just like wear one of these also? Burn, burn, burn. We didn't start the fire. But, promise me, Rose. Am I getting like a young Simba kind of thing? Why is it so loud? Why is it so loud?
Together they hold the keys to everything.
It's kind of interesting that it doesn't like anything doesn't like fall on me and kill me or something, you know? Oh, hi. Hello. There we go.
Next to him as he's solving equations in seconds that kept lesser men at bay for weeks. You could practically hear his mind tick, Benny. You could hear it like a force of nature.
theater. Aubrey, how do I get to it? You
Fuck
said there
you,
was
Aubrey.
An elevator?
We don't care about you as a character. Fuck you.
Right up ahead.
Just tell me what I
Bringing
need
it
to
you
do.
now. What do you need to do there, anyway?
I need to find a notebook.
A notebook.
I cannot fathom the sorrow you feel. And you have my sincerest sympathies.
But you're insane.
I've saved your life a handful of times already. I think I've earned to know what this is about.
You're right.
It's about a notebook, damn it.
Sorry. I'm looking for a notebook that my sister hid somewhere in the theater. It contained her new research, and I promised her I'd guard it.
The entire ship recognizes
Hey, around the world. Welcome back. I guess the second meeting went well as well.
Now she's gone.
And yeah, there's only like 2 more games to go. So there's
the elevator is Heroes.
Joe Dever's Lone Wolf, which I don't really think I'm gonna do a full playthrough of because it's very, very text heavy. And then Nightlong, which I'm definitely gonna try and finish because I've had that game on my to-do list for years now. Actually, let me see where the box is as well. Hold on. Yeah. While we're loading. Aha. This one. This has been like one of my pet peeves since like childhood, basically. I've never managed to finish this game, and I really, really, really want to. It's not a very good game, by the way, but you know, it's interesting, which should be, you know, enough, hopefully. Let's see. The Drama of Dionysus. Okay. That was weird.
Any idea where this notebook might be?
Any idea where this
It's a fairly
notebook
large
might
theater,
be?
you know?
Afraid not. But how big can it be, really? Oh.
That's just the lobby. Wait until you see the auditorium.
Oh.
I leave you to search while I resolve some issues with the weather tech devices. I'll check in with you later, alright?
Oh,
This might
joy.
take a while.
Fuck me. This is gonna be the... This is gonna be like the Sander Cohen thing from BioShock, isn't it? In the future, we will correct the past. Just keep your promise. So yeah, basically there was like this one bit in BioShock where you kind of stopped having contact with both Atlas and Andrew Ryan, and basically there was like this whole side piece, side story, side bit that had you running errands from like a crazed like artist. Like, I don't think it's ever explicitly explained what kind of artist Sander Cohen is. Like, he's a painter, but he's also a sculptor, and he also plays the piano, and you know, he's like basically a pastiche of like every major art discipline ever. It's like the wunderkind kind of thing. It doesn't do much for me. It's like probably one of like the weakest bits of that game. Because it kind of stops you. It's like a pointless distraction. It stops you from the main story to do random shit for like a bunch of hours that like mostly end up not mattering much to the plot. At least not in the grand scheme of things. And this feels kind of like that.
I am terribly sorry the tower upgrades demanded
Not in small part because that also took place in like a kind of grand hall / auditorium thing.
Around here on the Helios. So many floors, so much to see.
Oh, the vision of Ada and Tesla. No. 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 I'm just gonna look for collectibles because that's actually interesting, while the story is happening somewhere behind me in the background. Moby Dick and Les Miserables. So let me get this straight. Like, this whole ship was staffed by scientists, but they also brought in like a bunch of other people to put on plays and stuff. Like, how big is this thing anyway? And how does it float? I mean, assuming it's more than Tesla magic.
Helios Grand.
Wow.
We have a wonderful lineup.
It's so big. Oh, there we go. New collectible. Together on Helios. To my greatest fan, Thomas Bewell.
The balcony used to be my own, but I insist you take it as a welcome aboard gift and as a token of my appreciation for your research.
What? I don't.
Wait, she gave him a balcony. He gave her a balcony?
Oh, it is
Ooh.
the least I can do, and please, call me Nicholas.
I love you.
But what will people say? Won't people gossip? Me sitting in your balcony?
It's
Me sitting in your balcony?
always gossip.
That sounds wrong. Like, that sounds like it should be innuendo.
Of course.
I wonder if it maybe is innuendo, but again, I may be giving too much credit to the writers here.
Hide your research there, Ada?
Such an honor to perform aboard the Helios. Thank you, Ludovica Petronova. Oh,
Always wanted to see her perform.
well, too late. Like, probably turns out that you're dead or something. Shell. Shell? Shell. Oh. Also, I really don't get like the outfit that we're wearing. It doesn't seem to be like, you know, typical, you know, 1800s to 1900s.
Merely a matter of building. Enough about me. What about you, Ada? What
Oh my god. Why do I have to hear Nikola Tesla
Yes.
flirt with
Rose Archer. And if you think I'm so
like the character's main character's sister?
What does she do?
she's a journalist.
Oh.
So, is she any good?
The best.
Is she any good? Why would you ask that? Like, how do you quantify how good a journalist is? Like, does she have any Pulitzer prizes? Dear Diary, today Michael mixed up our beer bottles and drank from mine. I told him about the mistake and we laughed about it. If he does again, I'll fucking stomp on his throat until his weak pipe is clogged as the Helios toilets. He's a good guy though, and he smells nice, like lavender and fish. What the actual fuck did I just read? It's like, oh, we laughed about it. I'm gonna fucking kill him. What? Ah, more contextual actions. Amazing. It's like it literally doesn't matter what I do. I just like hold forward until like the bits are done. Like if you're gonna have something like this, why not put some actual gameplay, something interesting for me to do, and not just like hold forward until like the whole sequence is done? You know, put a balancing mini game in it. Why not? Like make me have to stop so that I don't like fall over until the character regains their balance. Maybe both. Like what's like this like freaking obsession with you know, these like environmental set pieces that don't really do much. Like they literally amount to nothing more than just like holding down the forward button.
It's wonderful.
It's so big. It's like
Nonsense.
ooh.
Just continue to pursue your theories. That will be gratitude plenty. I truly believe you are onto something revolutionary, Ada. It's just missing that final spark. I hope the Helios will provide the resources required for us.
Yeah.
Because when we do,
So there is like some kind of like interactable here that I'm not allowed to use
changing the
until
world.
this is done. Yep. So now there's gonna be some kind of point, maybe on like the bookshelf. Not even like a point. Just like the actual journal there.
Not here.
And the worst thing is that you need to...
Come on.
There's a secret room in my room. You find it while I make my way through another laboratory department.
Used to call the theater guest elevator in the private area. Uh-huh.
That's it. You're just going to leave me to figure this out on my own?
Whoa. That's a flashback from before. We did this already. Timey-wimey, etc., etc.
Holy shit. Ada, I hear you.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, you know, like what the most infuriating thing is about this? Like, I could actually see this being good if they, you know, if they took Bioshock's dick out of their mouths, like, for long enough to do something of their own.
But it's like she's still here.
Like, you know, time travel isn't the worst, like, plot driver that there is, right? And, like, the whole Art Deco thing is certainly not overused yet, I think. And, you know, horror on its own, or, like, suspense and, like, you know, even, like, a walking simulator kind of game, those are all fine, but, god damn it, it genuinely feels like if they had focused a bit less on trying to be Bioshock and did their own thing, it would have panned out much better. As is, like the set dressings are all amazing, but this is like little more than,
All right.
I don't know, like a tech demo or something.
How do I get up there?
Okay, not a tech demo, but you get the point. Like, yeah, make something like smaller in length and scale, and, you know, just like have set piece to set piece to set piece, and maybe do away with all the busy work in between. And instead of having like a 5-hour game where 2 of those hours feel like a slog, just have like a 2-hour game that like is memorable and snappy and interesting. Oh, center stage. But we're going to ignore that for now. Or not, wait. That's not center stage. Up there is center stage. This is like the anterior something or another. To the lovely Lucy aboard the Helios. In gratitude, F. Fabrier.
The Great Fabrier.
Nice mustache. Okay. Also, knowing what the game shows us about how these people are being killed, I find it very hard to believe that, you know, they all died at their posts. Like, you mean to say none of them tried to run away and, like, got caught and died closer to the exits? They all died next to their instruments? Or, you know, somehow I can't just, like, push this out of the way. See, this is like a good indicator of how not to do set design. Like, if you want the player to be boxed into a specific location, that's fine. That's you know,
So if I was...
you're trying to
Where would I...
streamline and focus the player towards certain things. That's fine, but don't block their way with things that would otherwise be very easy to go around. Like this crate here, this is fine. Like, it does raise the question of maybe I could just like jump over this. You know, I can certainly jump a little bit, so why can't I go back there? But, I mean, it looks bulky, it looks big, it's believable. This, on the other hand, which is kind of like a portable stepladder, looks like the kind of thing that you could literally just like pick up and move out of the way. So, and it's not even like they don't have any other things. Like, why don't you have like one of these potted plants in the way instead of the step ladder? Same thing, right? Like it's heavy, it's in the way, it stops you from going around things. Hidden in plain sight. Yeah, I wouldn't call this plain sight, but sure. Ooh. Fuck my life, this guy again. Why are you standing there? Run!
Do you remember me, Rose?
I know. Who are you?
My soul. This is home.
Why did it say one way in, no way out? Run! Jump! Quickly! Tension! Agony!
Where did he go?
Behind you. Trollolololo. Stealth sections. Freaking hell. Hate this. What?
Rose!
What? Okay, I don't get it. Like, am I missing something here? Oh, yes, I am. I don't know. Oh. It's gonna pull me out or something, and then I'm gonna have to run again. I don't know, it is like these chase sequences never work when it's like so tightly scripted. Because it just like ends up being like a kind of like trial and error thing. Where you literally have to just like... Yep. Literally have to like either guess at like what the game wants you to do, and you know there's like a bunch of dead ends and you know fail states basically, and at the end of the day what you're like left with kind of like mechanically is, well, really, what? Yeah, like what they're like eventually left with mechanically is just like a bunch of stupid deaths while you're literally trying to figure out like which way the game meant for you to go. And it's not great. Seriously, it's... It's dumb.
Make your peace. Our collective suffering ends today.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. It's because I was like, I should have stuck to the right there. Yeah, see what I mean though? Did he burn? Nope. Yep. Nope. I don't know. Like I'm sure the game will find a way to tell me that he's like alive.
Rose, is that you?
Hey, Parrot Hill. Hi, how's it going? How are we doing today? That guy's hot. Yeah, burning hot.
Aubrey, where the hell have you been? I could have used you like 5 minutes ago.
You found the notebook, didn't you? I bet you did. Right?
Whoa.
Right?
Yes, Aubrey. I got the notebook. And then I ran into Ludwig.
Oh no. Are you okay?
Are you
Fine,
seriously
Aubrey,
asking me
and
this?
Thankfully, Ludwig took a face full of fire, so
This looks
that's one
futuristic.
problem less.
I mean, it's supposed to be Bioshock, but horror. So it's the whole, you know, steam-powered
I think
thing,
there's an
I
elevator.
guess. Like it's supposed to be like 1800s, but you know, sci-fi 1800s, steampunk-ish. Except there's electricity, so I wouldn't even call it
Nothing.
steampunk. It's more like
Wait!
uh,
Now! Aubrey! Now!
Oh, that's deck 66.
what would you call steampunk
Next
that
order of
has
business,
electric Tesla
that
punk?
elevator.
Yeah, I mean,
Fantastic,
fitting
Aubrey.
because
Thank you
this whole
again
place is
for everything.
supposedly built by
I'm gonna be
Tesla,
good at my
and
promise.
Tesla's like a character in this, so
You have
yeah,
no idea
Tesla
how good
punk.
that sounds.
That works.
Wait,
I guess.
let me get the doors.
Let me get to this.
Oh, god damn it.
Hello.
What's wrong?
There's. Ugh, gross. There's the body of a man crucified against the elevator wall. Is there a different elevator you can send up?
Is there a
I'd rather
different
not.
elevator? Really?
It's the
Come
only
on.
one. It's the only one, Rose.
Guy who should have some backbone. Yeah, I'm sure like his lower lumbar support
This
is
place
great too.
So much.
I feel horrible about that.
Worn out.
Thanks for doing this, Rose.
Yeah.
So yeah, what are we betting that Aubrey turns out to be a spy or something? Like, I don't know. It kind of feels like it's going that way. Also, hold on a minute. Where's the... Oh shit, there's an ad in 36 seconds. So I'm just like gonna wait until the ad starts playing. And potentially go grab some coffee while that's up. Everyone is a spy. I mean, yeah, it kind of feels like this guy's gonna be like the inevitable double cross or something. But yeah, there's an ad starting out in 10 seconds, so I'll be back with a fresh cup of coffee while you suffer through the ad, basically. So be right back. See you in 45 seconds. And we're back. Got me some fresh cup of this. And also some chocolate apparently, which is nice. And if only it were that easy to skip the ads. Believe me, I have opinions about the ad system, and none of them are good. Adware? Wait, really? You didn't get one?
That I had a family,
I mean, there's like the
but I don't.
little like pre-roll
I'm a liar,
pop-up thing
Rose.
comes up every hour on the
Sorry.
That's okay.
on the spot.
Aubrey.
Freaking annoying. Hate it.
Glad to hear it, because I'm afraid you've got a bit of work to do before you can get to my end of the engine halls.
No,
But of
no.
course I do. What a surprise. Where do I go?
You know,
Make your way to the local
it's
engine
very
hall.
it's all like
Find a way
good
to
and
get
well
inside.
that like you get the
Yes!
snarky character.
The power couplings, Benny.
No audio desync.
Hey, Rose. I got
That
to sort
sucks.
this out. I'll be back in a jiffy. Just don't.
Don't what?
Hmm.
Aubrey? Aubrey!
I really do hope that's not on my end, cause I don't think I could fix it without restarting the stream. Oh, it's not, thankfully. Oh. But yeah, like it's all nice and dandy to have a protagonist that's like snarky, but don't also have her be, I don't know, scared and like, what the? Wait, is the power rotating here or something? Yep. Yes, it is. Oh boy, this means timing-based puzzles. Looking forward to those. When were those people killed? I don't know. The game doesn't exactly tell you, like when all of this has kind of like happened. So the basic idea is that they did science. They did science, and the science unleashed science things that killed them. Basically, they did what's it called? Time travel experiments, and they summoned something or another. Cthulhu, probably. I don't know. But yeah, I don't actually know when everyone was supposed to have died. And yeah, there's like, I don't think there's like flies, because probably that made the render budget a bit too high. But whenever you get into like rooms that have like multiple dead bodies in them, you do hear the flies going off in the background. Or you would have if I wasn't being so loud all the time. But anyway, you get the point. I would mean less than an hour. Or, you know, that would mean, you know, artistic license. Like we wanted to have fong shading on our textures, and therefore every blood drop is kind of like glittery. I mean, this was like in essence made by 6 people, right? So there's like probably like a bit of leeway on not being, you know, the most accurate. Yeah, simply people aren't thinking about. Yeah, it's like quite like a spot on, you know, statement. Okay. It's like a very spot on statement. It's like just, you know, people don't think about these things, and honestly, they shouldn't have
Can you
to
do
think
something
about
about
these
the
things,
power
right? Like,
coming and going? I
unless
thought you had that area covered.
blah 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 blah.
There's a bit of a hiccup with this. With a large electromagnetic distribution coil, it seems to be pulsating.
That means
Yeah,
no.
give me a moment. I'll just like get to the end of that thought the moment like the game stops
We are
throwing
harvesting electricity from
exposition
time
at me.
itself. This shit is complicated, okay? You just find a way forward and don't die.
Beep, 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 beep.
Great plan, Aubrey. Your best work yet.
Why is she being pissy?
Rose is giving me attitude.
Yeah, why is she being pissy at him? Like, he literally saved her 3 or 4 times so far. So yeah, fuck that. Rose is an idiot. Also, yeah, like the whole like blood thing. You know, I feel like a lot of like design is generally kind of based on things that you see in movies, and especially in movies you always want it to be more cinematic, and you know it kind of affects a bit how people design their games, because you know they wouldn't really have, usually you wouldn't expect the average person to know like the dry out time of a blood stain, right? And it's also something that you wouldn't, you know, actively think to go research unless you're like very 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 minutely designing every little part of your game. Or you know it may have been, you know, we found some free assets or some cheap assets that allowed us to not have to model this whole thing by hand, and you know we didn't actually bother like beyond that. Like these are all typical I feel kind of like game design methods, techniques. I don't know what the correct word for that would be, but you get the point. Like there's usually a lot of factors involved in like errors like these, and yeah, it's not something that would probably like stop you from playing the game unless you're like into like the whole kind of like forensic like blood spatter or something. Also, it's kind of amusing to think, if you think about it, like, ooh, hey, what did you do in that game? I designed the blood spatters. I mean, I don't know about relevant, because at the end of the day, it is kind of trying to, you know, increase like the, what's the word, verisimilitude of the world. Like, in theory, it serves the same purpose that making the player do all the stupid climbing animations, even though it takes way too much time, etc., etc. It's because it tries to build kind of like a more believable world, so to speak. What did I just do? Huh. I'm confused. Like, what was the point of that? Like, okay, I kind of like get that the general idea of this area is that you need to time your exploration to the power coming back up. But I'm not actually sure what it is that I'm... Oh my god. Achieving by blowing that thing up there. People don't even notice the real world. You know, like, surprisingly, I feel like people have a lot better observation skills when it comes to games. Because games generally are designed to be more focused experiences. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, in the real world, you have to worry about other people. You have to worry about, you know, entropy. At the end of the day, randomly screwing things up. In games, things are usually more structured. They behave in more predictable ways, usually. Plus, you know, because it is partially at least like a cinematic medium. Yeah, the bridge just malfunctioned, but like the thing is, it kind of made something explode over there, and I really don't get why. Like, why would that thing over there explode if it's the bridge that's being controlled on this side? But anyway, yeah, but like, games again are like more like cinematic and therefore like a bit more focused. So, you know, there's a lot more control over the designer, for example, drawing more attention to the things they want to draw attention to. Okay, it feels like people are generally like a bit more observant in their game worlds than they would be IRL. I know I do that a lot. Like, I would never comment on something like, you know, God, I was just like talking about these things. I don't remember what I was talking about. Yeah, I mean, they are observing things that the game wants them to observe. That's also true. Okay. Maybe something wrong. Oh, freaking hell. It's timed as well. Wow. Oh, okay. So I guess now I have to race up there before the electricity goes out. Come on. Come on. Time trial. Oh boy. So let's see. I guess the next bit is to get through that bit without getting electrocuted. Which is also timed, I guess. Yay. I like the little like glow there, but I think it's kind of like a bit too much, to be honest. I think the whole decay thing is something I was overlooked in world building to begin with. I mean, yeah.
There, Rose?
Yeah, I'm still here, Aubrey. I made it across the engine hall. What now?
Up ahead is hydraulics and pressure control. The distribution coil is boiling the storage tanks, so you're going to have to reduce the pressure in order to get the security doors to open. Find the pressure valves, Rose. Turn them
Reduce
to
the
bring
pressure.
down.
Okay. Find the valves to reduce pressure. Got it.
Doing great, Rose. You're almost here.
Okay.
You're almost to the plot twist. Okay. Oh, wait. There's like a message? Roll with the hit and run. Rescue will come. The what now? What hit and run? Aubrey's an older you? Nah, I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it because, like, Aubrey has, like, not a lot, but he has, like, some kind of backstory showing up in the game. Like, he's not... I mean, yeah, no, it's like, it's good to, like, do assumptions. But like in this case, it kind of also helps to kind of like discuss about why this is not the case. Helps me to also see if I've been paying attention to the game. So the way things have been presented so far, and like this is just, you know, pure speculation at this point. I've never played this game before, so I wouldn't really know. But the way things are like structured in this game at the moment, and the way everything has been presented through, you know, the like all the random audio logs and stuff.
Earned it, Penny. Earned it.
Aubrey?
Yep.
Years of...
Aubrey!
Yep. So basically, the way it's been shown, this Aubrey person was like the head scientist of like the weather department. He's preparing for his voyage on the moon. I got that reference. I love it. Well done. Always, always good to have like a Jules Verne, also like a 50s, 60s. God, what was like? Was it like a 60s movie? 50s. I'm very bad with like time. That's not Jules Verne. It's like aren't you talking about like the Journey to the Moon movie? Oh, never mind. I failed the pop. Well, not the history lesson there. I was thinking of the Journey to the Moon movie, like black and white monochrome kind of thing. Actually, I don't know. Have like overlay? We do. Hey, let me show you what I mean. Let's see. Wait. No. Yeah, it's this one. Trip to the Moon. This one. Yeah. Wasn't this like... Oh, wait. This wasn't... Yeah, including Jews. Yeah, blah, blah. Inspired by a wide variety of sources. I mean, fair enough. 1902. Yep. But yeah, anyway, sorry about this. Back to the game. The way it's been presented is that what's his name, Aubrey, was the lead scientist for the weather department here, and basically he started out like very high in the hierarchy here, and eventually kept getting demoted because they couldn't produce better results. Like this was actually shown in a few of like the audio logs or like the notes that you find in this in like these chapters, where like you basically come on.
Aubrey,
Hero of the many.
your radio? Aubrey.
Yeah, he basically got like, you know, dropped hard in favor of the protagonist's sister. So, like, I'm kind of assuming the whole story is gonna go in like a, oh, he got mad because he was pushed aside, and
You did it, Rose.
yeah, I
I
did.
see
Blah,
green
blah, blah.
all over my sensors here. The security doors should be open. Just
Blah,
one
blah,
more
blah.
hurdle, and then we can get the hell out of this ship.
All right, one more hurdle. What's up next?
Well, you remember that malfunction in supersized electromagnetic
Oh my God.
distribution
Come on.
coil? It's... You know what? Some things just need to be seen. Come on through.
Lovely. But yeah, I think the way this is gonna go is like he's gonna have betrayed everyone on the ship because, I mean, reasons. He lost his funding, he lost his lab, he was relegated down here to the bowels of the ship basically, and I think that's what the game is gonna go towards. Like he went crazy from like losing everything, and he ended up betraying Tesla and fucking up the everything on the ship because Rose's sister didn't notice him. I mean, that's also potentially where this is gonna go. I wish it doesn't, but you never know. Sadly, you never know. I mean, there has to be like some kind of like age difference as well, so it's potentially gonna be very icky if they do decide to go that way. Mechanical Instinct screamed. I mean, same as the blood splatters, right? It's probably not like mechanically accurate at all. Why is there like classical music playing? Yeah, it looks nice, but it's probably not like mechanically functional. Like they wouldn't move that way. What the? Also, speaking of things that no one notices, this is like the exact console design that they have everywhere in the game, but it's just like mirrored. It's like this exact model has been used like 50 different times already, and like the only difference is like this little like extra like texture that they threw on top and having them mirrored next to each other. Which I mean is smart. Like you're saving a lot of time if you reuse things like this. Yeah, okay, industrialization works like that, but wear and tear doesn't work like that. Like, it has, like, the exact same rust patterns as well, see? Like, personally, how I would have done this, to kind of, like, give it a bit more unique, what's it called, like, pass over it. Which, I mean, it also kind of depends on the time and budget that you have, because remember, this game, when it came out, it was also, like, a one-year exclusive on Epic. And that to me says that they probably ran out of funding and had to take like an exclusivity deal to keep afloat. Now, how I would do it is like for the textures that I would want to have rust on, I would probably have like a separate like pass on top and have like a little randomizer function. Take this one. I'm gonna call it Fred because but yeah, I would have like a texture on top of that and kind of like have a little, you know, pseudo randomizer on like thrown on top of it that would only have like certain parts of it visible at any given time. And then I would have that run real time. Like I could probably just like take away a few of like the very, very weird particle effect things that they decided to leave in. Wait, this is inside the ship? Seriously, how fucking big is the ship that it has one of these in it? You should be fine.
You should be able to see me. I'm in the tall building to your right.
Oh,
See
hello.
in the window there, Rose?
How big? Yes.
Anyway, you see that building on fire in the distance? That's where you'll find the emergency deactivation switch.
Wait, all the way over there? At the other end?
Yep.
You want me to sprint there while electromagnet something or other regularly fries the entire place?
Yep.
Yep.
I've been thinking about this part.
Casually, yep.
Right with you, I'll open the door on the left and just hide in the corner for a while, okay?
Of course.
Wow.
I wouldn't want you screaming in my ear anyway.
Wow. I'm a nice lab rat. Yeah. Okay, I'm just like need to wait. Come on. Bzz, bzz. Bzz. Do the thing. Bzz, bzz, bzz. No? Oh god, it's gonna be one of those dumb scripted things that only starts when I step out, isn't it? See, this is the problem with scripting these kinds of encounters. Oh. So, okay, I guess it's a magical kind of electromagnetism that doesn't go through objects. Like, am I seriously led to believe that all of these are shielded for electromagnetic waves? Like, seriously? Scripted! This one came a lot sooner. Come on. Scripted. God freaking damn it. Guess we're safe here. But where do I go from there? Oh, that way. We need to get to the building that's on fire, I guess. Fire, fire, fire. Oh, come on! Early Rose isn't her sister by the scientist girl. Her brain got fried and doesn't remember. I mean... Uh-huh. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, okay, this could actually not be electromagnetism. Because, you know, glowy blue something or another. But... like... why is she acting like it's fire or something? This isn't rate-inducing enough. I didn't set you back at the start. I don't know. I mean... it's Higgins particles. I mean, okay, I kind of like the effect that they have. Also, if you've noticed, depending on how long the segment is that we need to sprint through, the timing of the explosion changes. Yep. But yeah, basically, this is like one of the annoying things that this game does, where the game keeps any progress that you've made in the puzzles, but it only like respawns you. I'm dead. Yep. That only kind of like respawns you when like wherever like the checkpoint was. But wait, what? Oh god, please tell me that we're stuck in an infinite like death loop. That was nice. Dead. I'm not. It looks like I am, or it looks like the game doesn't know what like timing to use. Like, if I stand here, does that... Nope. You're also not running towards the burning thing. Yeah, but I don't know. Well, I don't actually know what the point was of that then. That they had to like extend. Boo. Yeah, I guess it's probably for later when you have to go get, like, what's his name? Aubrey. Did you, like, hide here? I mean, probably not. Dead. Yep. Stupid electromagnetism. Maybe she's got, like a pacemaker and that's, like, making her heart stop or something. What? Like there literally wasn't even an explosion at that point. Okay, this way. I mean, I kind of like the effects that they have going here. So, you know, fair to them, I guess. Come on. Yeah. Guess you just like have to make a run for it. Come on. Oh, safe. Where's the turn offy switchy? Did you like disable it?
Over.
How should I know? I pulled the damn thing. Did it work?
Just a moment.
What's
You did it, Rose.
his problem?
I can't believe it. You did it.
Why is he?
Woohoo!
Oh my god.
I'm going to live.
So, Aubrey, how about we finally get off this godforsaken thing?
Not a day too soon. Take the metal walkways on your left. They should lead you up here to the control center. I know I've said thank you already, but it will be nice to finally be able to do it in person.
On the way, Aubrey.
Okay, now I'm kind of thinking that he's not actually gonna betray us, but he's gonna be dead by the time we get there or something. Or he's gonna be gone and trap us in there, because this game doesn't want you to see any characters IRL. You know, because Bioshock did it like that, so they had to do it like that too. Apparently.
Aubrey knows of a shortcut.
Like, I've never gotten this thing that games did the last 10 years, where they keep teasing characters and then they never show them to you. Like, it's not
Aubrey?
clever, it's not suspenseful, it's not... I don't know, I don't think it adds much.
Let's go!
Hey, we did all the collectibles. Yay! I don't think it adds much to like the overall experience, to be honest.
Let's go already.
Aubrey, where are you? Coming upstairs to find you. Maybe killed by Ludwig or something?
Aubrey?
Benny. And the moment we did this... a blueprint map of the surgery room where Ada was trapped. Yep. Called it. Called it. I freaking called it. Now he's left me to die.
I tried to tell you. I really did. I'm a liar, Rose. I've heard everything, every word, since you came aboard. From your first conversation with Ada to the last words she ever spoke.
You bastard!
You listened in on your conversation with
Aubrey.
Nicola.
What?
It wasn't Tesla's lockdown that was jamming your sister's broadcasts. That was another lie.
Whoa.
It was me!
Me! I work for Edison! Me!
Because she took everything from me!
Called it.
Everything! I had his attention!
Called it.
But she took it all. I used to be someone aboard the ship. But now the time has come to take back. Starting with these.
If you do this, I will kill you.
Is that a promise, Rosie?
Scout's honor.
Cute. You forget that just like I led the exotic energy to the surgery room of your sister, so too am I leading exotic energy to you.
Oh.
Right here. You better hurry. Those things will be here any minute. Benny here will keep you company while you die. I instead use these to someday reclaim what was mine. One leaf in, one fall out.
Time to run, I guess, because that's how tension happens in this game. You run away from it. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Oh god, and someone put jam all over my face. Such tension. Excitement. I don't get this. And of course, it's never actually explained how this guy can lead like this energy towards anywhere.
Close your eyes, Rose. Close your eyes.
Tesla saved us. Oh no. Yay. I mean, I don't know. Is this a good thing or...
It's going to be okay. They're gone. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, I kind of see in this particular case why they don't want to show the characters, because the animation on them is like atrocious. I mean, or it would be atrocious for like a AAA studio. I mean, for like an indie studio, it's fine. This is like kind of like the thing. I hate to, you know, be critical of these things because I know how much work goes into them, and when there's literally only 6 people and maybe like a year or so to put something out, it always feels like a bit mean-spirited to go, oh yeah, the animation's not good. Because like in the back of my mind, there's always like, yeah, but you know why it's not good? Like they run out of money or time or both. Also, am I in like an operating theater or something?
Ada once warned me about the stubbornness of her sister. As always, I should have listened. I did not foresee you being able to journey halfway across the Helios, even despite my own efforts to prevent it. And because of that failure, my failure, Ada is lost to us. Aubrey opened doors that has allowed the contamination to spread. He is currently on his way to the tower, where he will attempt to use your sister's research to close the rift. But I fear that he will be unable to grasp the immensity of Ada's work, and thus make a bad situation much worse. I am therefore on my way to do what I can to fix this, and in the process, reclaim Ada's research. I would tell you to stay where you are, in relative safety and rest, but I'm fairly sure that won't happen.
Damn right.
She's like a speed reader. It's like scanned it.
To save her legacy, I will be in touch.
Oh, we get a new character model. Nice. My hand is now slightly different. I mean, all joking aside, I do like it when games do this. It gives a nice little sense of continuity when, you know, the character, like their outfit and their appearance and their state is, you know, affected by what's happening in the story. Although I don't particularly like that for most games this is kind of like a static thing. Like, okay, chapters 1, 2, and 3 you get outfit 1, chapters 4, 5, and 6 you get outfit 2, and for the finale you get like the third outfit. It feels a bit too stilted.
I promised Ada.
Like it should be more dynamic. Like surely we're at the point now where like the technology is there that like you can calculate like the appearance of like a character's outfit based on how much damage it took throughout the game. Like up until a certain point, of course. Like I'm not advocating doing the whole kind of what's it called? There's like a game where you basically beat vampire ladies by punching and kicking their clothes off. I think it's called like Kiba Strip or something like that. It's on the PS4 or something. But I'm not saying like there should be something like that. But like you should have like a a general kind of like ruggedness state based on how much health you've lost or like how many hits you've taken. Especially in these games where you're not really expected to like take too much damage over the course of the game. Because, you know, you don't actually take damage in this, you just die. But yeah, it's kind of annoying that you have to do it between level loads. And there isn't like a more
Surgery room.
dynamic way of doing this. The surgery room.
She's gone.
Where's her corpse? Eaten.
You can fix this. Promise me, Rose.
Oh no. We're like reliving this. So, this being like a time travel game, I'm kind of wondering, and like, hear me out here. Will the second half of the game, which is like, we're like past the second half of the game actually, but like, will this part of the game just be us like making our way in reverse and doing things to cause all of the shit that happened in like the first parts of the game?
Is that me?
It's me from the future saving my sister from the past. So that future me can in the future save the past me from the past. God, this is why I love time travel as like a plot device. It barely makes enough sense until you start thinking about it. But it also makes for some like very hilarious you know, mistakes that can happen in the game writing. Like, for example, there's like this game called Journeyman Project that is probably like the best example that you can have of time travel done right in adventure games. I would highly recommend it. It's one of the very few that like actively go out of their way to explain how to make paradoxes possible. It like the first game in the series even goes so far as to have like a 10-15 minute video of someone explaining that to you, because the whole game is kind of like an FMV 3D first person adventure kind of thing. Highly recommended. At some point I'm gonna try and like stream it because it's a really nice game. But yeah, if time travel in video games is a thing that you like, Journeyman Project is probably like one of the best series you can have a look at to scratch that itch, so to speak. It's past, present, and future all part of the same fabric. It just needs us to restitch it. Say, haha, Rose, time traveling seamstress. Basically.
I didn't board the hero last night.
What the fuck?
Only that pursuing my research could change the world. And we did. Just not in the way I'd imagined.
Now why?
Yet anyway.
Oh. No! Don't... God damn it. There's like a collectible back there, I'm sure. Back to the main menu. Freaking hell. I absolutely loathe when games do this. They just like have you go through a door and then they lock the door behind you and just like go, fuck you, you're not going back. Backtracking's for idiots. So annoying. You know what's not annoying though? Like we got like these seasonal coffee flavors for like the Nespresso machine that we have. This one's hazelnut. It's actually really good. Oh, fuck off! Now you kept the
I didn't board the hero last night.
no.
Only that pursuing my research could change the world. And we did.
But not in the way I imagined.
Not yet anyway.
Oh, see? See, I actually broke the game. Whee! Speedrun! Wait, what? I didn't die? Oh no, I am out of bounds and I have like no idea how I'm gonna get back in. Well, time to see how they fucked up with the... Ooh. Oh boy. What are those? I broke the game. Can I just like drop off the plane? Yep. Bye-bye. Whee! So this is where you see if the developers are worth their salt. Did they actually place an exception in the in the programming to, you know, detect when you've fallen out of bounds so they can just like pull you back in or kill you off and reload the last checkpoint? Doesn't look like it. In fact, I think if I'm thinking of what I'm thinking at the moment, and if I remember how the Unreal Engine kind of handles these things, eventually I'm gonna crash the game by doing this. There goes the game. I guess we didn't save time. Whee! It's like endlessly falling. Like it's gonna get to some point where like I'm gonna go out of memory bounds, I guess, of like the X and Y position of the character, or like the Z position of the character at this point, because I can't actually move left and right at all. But yeah, there goes the level. Doesn't seem like it's like a very big level either. Oh well, main menu. Oh god, this is precious. It's been a while since I've managed to break a game like this. Let me just like clip that. Aha. Lovely. It's more like a guideline, to be honest, to be able to go back and make like a proper highlight later on. I'm pretty sure I had like a chat command that like put like a marker in chat as well, but doesn't matter at the end of the day. How long have I been live for? Ooh, nice. Kind of like this. So this is like a big foul, a big no-no that the developers here have made. They made a checkpoint after the level load, but before the cutscene. So I assume that the trigger for closing the doors comes after the cutscene, right? Like by the very little knowledge that I have of how the Unreal Engine kind of like event scripting works, I think they've got like a trigger somewhere like there, like all across this part, where like if you step on it, you get the flashbacks, and then on the same event, it would also lock the doors behind you. But sadly, I think what they very dumbly did, they put the level load behind the doors. So like the moment you go through the doors, it would first unload the level behind you, play the little thing here, and then like lock the doors and let you move forward. Oh, or yeah. So because the door closing thing is done after the level load, if the level's not there, it won't close the doors either. So I think I may have permanently broken the map here. Although I will say, like, credit where it's due, it is like a very striking visual here.
I want to explain everything now so that you'd see that there is nothing to fear. You've always tried to protect me, my big sister, but this was meant to be.
Yeah.
I know little of this will make any sense right now, but I also know that you will keep your promise. I love you. Your sister,
I'll be back for you. It's going to work, Ada. I promise.
Yeah, we're gonna time travel to solve everything and cause this whole mess to begin with. What a surprise.
You're right, Ada. None of this makes any sense right now. What were
Bye-bye.
those flashes? Past? Present? Or future?
Yes.
How did I carry you here? So many questions. Still, I will keep my promise.
So I feel they're gonna go for like the ultimate cop out, which is like the self-fulfilling like prophecy kind of thing.
Rose, how are your wounds?
It's gonna be like, oh, why did I carry her here? And then in the future we're gonna be carrying her here because we saw ourselves carry her here in the past. So yeah, it's kind of like a self-referential kind of thing, which I hate. It's like a very weak way of making the plot go forward in a time travel story.
What do you mean Ada is counting
Like
on
you just like throw
Ada is
causality
gone.
out the window,
Ada is
basically.
But she isn't gone. Her research into multiple time dimensions and exposure to the rift has changed things. Irreversibly so. She has triggered an event cascade that even I am trying to fully comprehend.
And I am very smart, as you know.
Keys to everything.
So she said. Just help me get those notebooks back.
That I shall.
So basically, this is like very interesting, by the way.
Once you reach the tower, Tesla out.
Like, see how they made the lighting in here slightly more orangish, and since we've seen like outside what the map was, if you noticed before, they actually only do this by simulating fire from the outside, which is both a very clever and a very, very sloppy way of doing things. Like, surely this has to be like very processor intensive, right? Yeah, looking at it, the GPU jumps up to like 70% or so, which is wow for like an Unreal game. Like, surely Unreal Engine 4 has like environmental lighting that isn't global. Like you can set like different tone and different mood to like locations depending on where you are. Like, I mean, I know I said surely like 10 times so far, but I can't believe like the biggest, most commercial engine on the planet, an engine that by like version 5 is now also being used to like actually simulate real-time sets for movies. I really don't think that, you know, they couldn't figure this out with like a less kind of like patchwork way. Because remember, we fell below this earlier in the stream. There's like a clip of that. And like this whole like yellow ambience is caused by them placing like a fire particle emitter below and through the... Also, this is way too flat. Well done. Takes me very... I mean, I would probably not have had this if it looked like... This looks like decoration. It doesn't actually look like, you know, trees or, you know, anything that grows. This looks like, you know, like high school, you know, handiwork or something. But yeah, you gotta think that there would be like invisible light emitters that you could place that you can alter the hue of to make this like yellowish tinge, rather than have to, you know, place like a fake fire element below the level to light everything up. I mean, maybe it's just me, but you know.
What were they trying to do here?
Oh, I don't know. What were they trying to do here? It's called photosynthesis. Thank you very much. See, like, these are, like, way more believable. They don't look, like, tacked on. Also, there's another ad happening in, like, 2.5 minutes. Again, very sorry. I hate when this happens, but, Run through the labs to reach the rail station. The generator is rigged to keep the emergency doors open for a short time. Pull the lever and run. Break the quarantine.
Quarantine. Finally, someone with sense.
I don't know. This hits a lot different, like post-COVID. Break the quarantine. Somebody with sense. Like in my mind, I'm like, no, fuck you. Don't break the quarantine. It's there for a reason. Okay, so I guess we have to turn this on and then sprint all the way to there. Oh, and for like the time trial one, they don't have the animation of you pulling it. So this makes it even worse that every single other time they force you to watch that animation. Okay, sounds like a... Oh no, I'm trapped in here. Whatever will I do? Ugh. Again, there's like probably an ad coming in like a minute or so. If you're lucky enough to not get ads, great, to be honest. For those of you that do, I'm really sorry. Twitch is making me. That also sounds like a big cop-out, but I mean, it is making me do it. I'm not exactly, you know, in control of this. Like, I need to do this once an hour for 30 seconds so that, you know, everyone that actually gets ads doesn't get spammed with them when they first join the channel. Such an awful thing. And it would be actually very interesting to see when I eventually get around to like having a payout again, how much of it like the ad revenue would be, because I don't think it's gonna be more than like maybe 1%. So not a lot of benefit for just, you know, pissing off viewers. Which I mean, if that's your kind of what's it called? If that's your objective, then well done. But yeah, ads coming, so let me just like pause here for a moment. Okay, it's not starting though, so fuck it. If it does, it does. Like, I just hope it doesn't come up with like any what's it called? Hope it just doesn't come up with like any, you know, amazing moments in gaming that you miss. Okay. But where am I rushing to though? Like, it's yet another one of these, like, fuck me. It's one of these. Yay, chase sequences, awesome. Because those are great, especially when you have to also interact with things. Woohoo! Also, I love that the model for these is just like literally decomposing dude with a light bulb in their face. As you know, that looks scary, right? Yep. Off we go. Off we go. That was kind of annoying. Like how close you need to cut it to be able to do this. So I did have a look at the achievements list for this, right? And there's one achievement for each level to be completed. There's one achievement for each level to get all the collectibles in. And the rest are what I actually hate about games like these. There's a speedrun achievement for finishing everything in under 3 hours, which, okay, doesn't feel like it's that unreasonable. This is, I feel, the kind of game that if you know what you're doing, takes like an hour and a half to get through.
The
But there's also one for finishing the game without dying, and that's such a like huge fuck you. Considering like how much trial and error is involved and how tightly scripted everything is. So if it seems that not just like if you take a wrong turn, but so much as if you take a corner too widely, you don't have enough time to basically, you know, make it in time. And there's like way too many occasions when the game absolutely does kill you off for, you know, just like doing this instead of just like going straight ahead. But it's not from the past. Maybe it's from the future. Oh. Bzz, bzz, bzz. And everything explodes. No? Garden Labs. How appropriate. Wait, is it going to get lowered? I mean, I like this kind of design, to be honest, although the gears there have no place being there, to be honest. But, you know, fair enough. Like, one gear by itself doesn't really do much of anything. Yeah, no? Kind of thing. Also, my phone is about to run out of battery because I've had the stream up for nearly 3 hours on it. The Flowers of Persephone. So there should be like another 2 chapters. I think there's like 10 overall. Let's see. Like the Pain of Ares and the Fall of Icarus. Yeah, there's like 2 more to go. And then we're done. Woo! I hope. I really need to go like fix lunch. It's like one of the benefits of having like a day of work. I get to fix my own lunch without having to prepare it the day before. So I get to eat like a proper hot meal without, you know, having to worry about what it is that I'm making and if it keeps well in the fridge. Oh boy, there's like a lot of these. Coordinate with Tesla on how to stop Audrey. Oh no! Am I gonna have to jump off another one of these? Or not?
Rose, have you arrived?
Yeah. I'm heading towards the tower now.
Why is she yelling?
What the hell is happening?
It's like the old people equivalent of talking to the phone.
All over the Helios in a
Hello! Can you hear me? Hello! Yell.
Exotic energy is leaking everywhere. We need to get up there before it's too late. Go through the base entrance towards the tower. Continue up until you find a large equipment elevator. Use it to the top of the tower and stop Aubrey.
As good a plan as any. Yes.
Okay, this is where we go. I assume going through the blue bits is death.
Close the rift properly. We don't have much time. Please hurry.
Please hurry, but you know, take your time to look for collectibles or stuff. Gotta catch them all. I mean, gotta read them all. Gotta exposit them all. I don't know. I mean, this made more sense the first time around. Also, I'm pretty sure we've been here before. Come on. Where's all the collectibles at? Maybe they're all up ahead. Rail station. Psst. It must be. You don't say. There's like nothing here. Like, I assume this side is also kind of like closed off somehow. Yes? Yep. You know, a chain. Like, this is what I mean when I say that like they should put more thought in blocking people's paths off. Like, why block it off and only use something that you can very easily lift and go under? Or just like not even lift, just like climb over. Like, it's not like spiked or anything or electrified. You can literally just like straddle it and get over it. Like, sure, okay, suspension of disbelief can take you like a bit of the way through. But it can't just like do like all the heavy lifting by itself. Like, you can't just rely on the players going, oh yeah, you know, it's only a game. Like, it's okay. This is a gamey things. This is a games be games. It's fine. Cause yeah, like it shouldn't be like this. Like, you could just take half an hour more during the planning phase and figure out different things to block the non-critical paths with, or like the inaccessible paths with, right? And wait, oh, and it's not like they would have had to do more work because they already have props that could have better been used to block off access. If that makes any sense. Trapped? No. Not me. Go away. Knew it.
Aubrey, sounds like you need some help with the equations up there.
Rose, you're still alive? Hey, you know you're proving to be much harder to kill than your sister.
Oh, he didn't go there.
Still not even a tenth of the scientist Ada was.
Oh, don't you worry, Rosie. I don't need to be her equal to reclaim the spot she stole from me. All I need is a bit more time and a little less interruption from the relatives of dead people.
Oh no! A vent! There's like literally 3 vents in the game and you get to crawl all through, like, through all 3 of them. Like, I mean, okay, I get, you know, the convenience of, you know, the being able to sell the illusion of escaping an inescapable place. But you know what? Just place more vents in your game so that I don't have to be an idiot and a jerk and point out that there's like literally only 3 vents in this entire ship. Because you as a game have not shown me any others. Bzz. Also, I love that at this point in the game we've just like stopped showing Rose opening things, and I think this has to do with her character model being different and them maybe possibly probably not having enough time to animate a new set of first-person interactions for it. Am I winning yet? I don't know. I mean the penultimate chapter, so I mean I guess that counts as winning, kind of. Yep, okay. Down we go. Also, they really have to stop. What the? Was that one of those things? Is there gonna be like another chase sequence? I guess there is, isn't it? We're like at least 15 minutes away from the previous excitement, so we have to have more excitement. Almost only comes with nuclear weapons. Funny you should mention that, because I was playing Civilization 5 last night. That was almost how I won that game. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure this blueprint was a collectible in a previous level as well. No, quickly, let's escape. What did I say? What did I say? There was gonna be like another one of these. And see how unforgiving they are. Like I literally took the turn like a moment sooner than like the game thought I would. I should. So then I die. I have to redo this whole thing again. Because reasons. And then it's gone. Like, it doesn't have the decency to close the door this time. It just stops existing. Why? Who knows? Who cares, right? Jesus Christ. Two messages. The dimensional wound in time, the emotional wound in your heart, the physical wound in your hand. They will all heal. Just keep moving forward. Also, GG on calling attention to my hand. When at this point, it's the sole reason I'm not getting the animations of opening things anymore.
I admire your determination, I really do. But right now, I need to concentrate on saving the day.
Aubrey, he knows what he's done. Tesla knows.
Nice try. I'm closing the rift and saving the Helios. Nicola will only know what I told him.
You can't lie yourself out of this one. He's on the way, Aubrey. He knows.
Please, is this all you've got left?
He knows. He's gonna make you pay.
Same way I got rid of Benny if I have to. You can take your empty threats and... Oh, sir. So glad you are here. I think there must be something wrong with... Nicola? Sir?
Oh no.
If you would be so kind as to take the elevator up to the tower, I will require your assistance shortly.
So really? Aubrey, like the big bad, just like dies off screen like that? Oh boy, they really must have run out of budget at this point. You know, we just like deal with it in post or something like that. The Fall of Icarus. Okay, it's like the last chapter, the end of the game, tears to my eyes, etc., etc. And there's like also collectibles in this one as well. Oof. Also, why is everything monochrome?
Aubrey, we...
Thought Max were supposed to be good. Doing a quick minor update on my work. Max literally been sitting on the reboot screen for 10 minutes.
Unfinished business.
Oof. Hey, fix the... Wait. Tesla's personal note, fix the paradox. But, like, look at the background. There's, like, a full page of equations. But yeah, fix the paradox. So I actually wonder if they're gonna...
Things must wait. I need you to fix the starboard power section.
Okay.
To your left. Hurry.
I wonder if they're gonna like fall into the trap that most time travel based games will, where they kind of tease a sequel of sorts by, you know, cutting out at, like the finale being like the moment where you go back in time to, you know, start this whole thing.
What do I do?
You need to reset the magnetic oscillation.
Oh, okay, the magnetic oscillation.
Never mind. Just make all lights go red before pulling the auxiliary power switch.
Make all lights go red. Yay. Damn it. There we go. I've signed up for the lunch. I mean, yeah, I get that. Oh well. Although, in my case, I would never be able to do that. What the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Oh, it's Ludwig. Okay. Random burned out Ludwig. I love it when time travel games form a circle. Eh.
Small talk boys. Get on with it.
Tesla dies too.
Pull the switch, Rose! Pull the switch now!
Yep, we fried Tesla. Or not.
You have to go now. The rear elevator room.
Where are the notebooks? I'm not leaving without them.
On the table.
What table? And you just like sitting there soldering? Yeah, I mean, when it forms a circle, it's okay, it's fine. The problem isn't that. The problem is that when they kind of like baiting for sequels for like no good reason. Like the dumb thing that like a lot of them, like a lot of like time travel games do, is when they wait, where, what table? Like the dumb thing that a lot of them would do is just like cut out at the finale of the first game and go, oh, that's when we go back in time and make things right. The top up the stairs? Oh, I guess, maybe. What table? This? But these aren't... God. Nope. On the table. It's probably like a table downstairs that I'm not seeing. Or there's like a freaking interaction that I'm not picking up on.
On the table.
On the table. I mean, here's like a table, but nothing on it. I mean, here's like an idea. Don't make everything super dark so I can actually see what's going on. On the table.
On the table.
God. Ah, see? See, this is what I mean. Talking about playing off the circles. I mean, yeah, again, like... I hate when they try to bait sequels out of it. Not every time travel thing needs to be, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 or like 10 parts, right?
I'll be fine. You go.
I'll be fine. Wow. Go. Stop it, Rose. Like, whatever happened to like wrapping everything up in like a nice little package, and you know, having self-contained stories. Like Quantum Break did this as well, like the one we streamed at the start of the year, during like the Finnish Games block. Again, here. Oh, am I dead?
Rose, are you okay?
No? Like an elevator just like exploded in my face.
To run. The tower is about to fall. You need to move.
Oh. Hello. And avoid danger.
Worry about me. Just go, Rose. Go. Just
But
keep
but
running
but
forward.
collectibles. Collectibles. No. I'm trapped. I'm dead. Wrong turn. Trial and error. Well done. Tension. See, this is amazing tension, right? Having to replay the same thing 3 or 4 times because you took the wrong turn. But yeah, like Quantum Break did the exact same thing. They tried to like wrap everything up all nicely, and then they had to just like drop sequel bait in it as well. And the problem is that like sequel bait is fine if you know that you're actually gonna make a sequel. But it's just like obnoxious bullshit if you've just like started out on a game and don't know if it's gonna perform well enough to, you know, justify sequels or get funding for sequels. That's kind of my problem when games do this. Don't tease something and leave things unresolved if you're not sure you're gonna be able to actually make good on that. Butterfly effect. I mean, yeah, like a study of like the whole idea of like the butterfly effect is great for these kinds of things. And again, time travel is a good complementary thing for that concept, because like in essence it kind of allows you to manipulate and see the effects of, like, you know, the butterfly effect in action. I mean, to some extent it's also quite interesting to see this happen in stuff like Virtue's Last Reward, like the Zero Escape games, where you more or less have, like, you know, non-linear gameplay, or, you know, stuff like what's it called? God, there's like the horror game for PS4. There's like multiple branching like paths and stuff like that. That's oh no, they're the guys, they're the people that make the dark anthology thing. YouTuber I watched got told game I played many years ago, where it's just between your childhood and your adult life, and changing something in the childhood will allow you to progress as an adult. I mean, there's like a few games that do this. Most notably in my mind would be Ocarina of Time. Has this to some effect, where you basically transition between like kid Link and adult Link by like basically gaining control of the Master Sword in the Temple of Time. So the way that game is kind of built is that, like, after the first 3 dungeons, which are you only play them as like Kid Link, the other 8 dungeons in the game you kind of have to gain access to as an adult by doing things as a kid to you know, gain access to them. That would be anything from giving a specific character some food or something as a kid, so that like they were more like accepting of people as an adult. No strong on puzzling. Yeah, there's like probably like a few like point and click games. I can't remember of any now specifically, but I do know that like Ocarina of Time wasn't like the first one that did this, or the last one. Yeah, or like just like leaving items for your future self to find. Like, to be honest, there's like a lot of find and spin the globe to access the elevator. Okay, so I guess this way. Like to like a lesser extent, there's like things also like Day of the Tentacle that does this. They tried to do like the whole time travel thing. Like, for example, you would pass down an item between characters to the past so that they could leave it there so that it could age.
An elevator. I bet it's never that easy.
But yeah, like I may have played what you're talking about, but I just can't remember the title at the moment. Yay, more of these. Oh, letters from the future. You're almost me now, so guiding the young Yaraz will be your future task. Nistel to Nicola. It's going to work. We can fix this. Yeah, collectibles. Oh, hold on. This is like one of these coils, right? One there, and one there. Hey, does this one not light up? Okay. But this one does, so best be careful. Guess we need to like turn everything off or something. Okay. So I guess the idea is that we need to disable what the. Why are these on again? Oh wait, it's like a combination lock thing. You gotta do them in the right order. So yeah, this is first. I guess I need to go around the other side. I'm trying to like do the other ones. Second. Third. Oh, okay. Pretty simple then. Fourth. Turn everything off. Yep. Okay, there we go. Bzz. Cool. Nothing we've missed. On we go. Getting closer to the end. Wonder if it's gonna be like one of those chapters that like it takes forever to do. Because, you know, it's the finale and like they couldn't think of any better way to pace things. Or, you know, not being able to jump over things. Even though there's clearly a jump command. Like, the jump command in this game is utterly useless because every single bit of interaction that you need to do, you do it contextually. Like, climb over things or like slide under things or get across gaps. Anything that would require a jump button is actually being done by, you know, clicking to activate context spots. Now there's the orb, so we're just like gonna ignore it for now, and instead get those sweet collectibles or something. Like, this is like a random no. Also, hold on a moment. It's like the arc reactor from like the Avengers, or, you know, Iron Man or whatever. Also, I seem to have picked the fourth one. So this is like a thing that I don't particularly like about this game. The collectibles in the little like tracking screen here are not always in the order that you pick them up in. Starks get them the ideas themselves. I mean, I don't know. Are you saying Marvel lied to me?
Is this the one?
But yeah, it's like a thing that I really don't like in this game. You don't always get them in the order that they are listed here. And I don't really get why. Because this game is extremely linear. And there is literally only one order in which you get things.
That's my ticket out of here. Let's go.
See, now I don't actually know if I missed one or if it's like a bit further ahead and it's just being weird with like the order you get them in. Or, you know, if I just missed one. Everyone lies or doesn't tell the truth. Aw. Ooh. Am I gonna have to like do like a little like flight thing minigame?
How do I start this?
Off we go. Not necessarily a bad thing, just to be clear. Away! Zoom, zoom, zoom! Oh my god, that's like the fakest scream ever. So yeah, I missed one collectible, unfortunately, and there's like I think another one on like chapter 3. Although it doesn't really seem to matter, to be honest. Everyone tells themselves small lies keep you going. I mean, yeah, had to.
Miss Archer! Miss Archer! Is the research safe?
How did... Never mind. Yes. It's right here. Why?
The research. I understand it now. They hold the keys to everything. We can bring her back. We can bring Ada back.
Yep. Fucking called it. Sequel bait. Why? Why did you feel the need to do this? Why can't you just like wrap that up succinctly and in one game? Why do you have to do sequel bait? Fuck you. You don't get the credits. I'm annoyed at this. Like, why? God freaking damn it. It's like a small indie studio of 10 people. You don't have to make everything into multi-franchise things. God freaking damn it. I'm like legitimately pissed off at now. Oh. Final collectibles in chapter 3. Final collectibles in chapter 10. Wait. Weren't there like speedrunning achievements? Oh, you know, I think it's like for the PS4 version. So I guess we can do like a level select thing and get the last two and like fully be done with the game. So yeah, you know what? Fuck it, that's what I'm gonna do. There's still another like 23 minutes before the big bad, what do you call them? The big bad ads happen, and yeah, I could like not eat for another half an hour, so. But yeah, I hate it so much. Why? I mean, it's not like this game was like the greatest storytelling medium ever. It's not like it did the best with like horror or exploration or whatever else it was probably trying to do. But Jesus Christ, why have like a fucking sequel bait there when you've run over budget, when you've had to get Epic to bail you out and give them like a freaking 1 year exclusivity period on EGS? Like, I don't know. I'm probably getting pissed off for like no good reason, and also I'm gonna use like a collectibles guide for that. Let's see, we're like missing the second one, right? So it's like 3, 5, 3, 8, 3, 4, 3, 2 is gonna be all the way. Oh fuck me! On a coffee table, the entrance to Alpha Quarter. Lovely. That's gonna take a while.
What is that smell?
But yeah, like, why? Why would you even want to have sequel bait? Like, It's like one of those things that I loathe. Like the idea that AAA publishers have put into everyone's brains that unless something is like a multi-part series or franchise or something, it's not like worth pursuing. Like, where did we kind of like jump off the whole idea that like a 3 to 5 hour game is like a
Get me out. How do I get out?
full and complete experience all in and on itself, right? Like, where did we kind of just like stop like wanting the small games that fill in the gap between the big ones? Like, because nowadays most of what you get either has like sequels in mind, or live services, or the whole SaaS thing, or I don't know, like tacked on multiplayer modes that are meant to just like force people to play until like Prestige 10 for like 2,000 or 3,000 hours.
They've been butchered.
Hey,
Ada.
so blame Marvel. I mean, yeah, that too. But
Or what did this?
you know, Marvel kind of like just like capitalized on like this whole dumbass idea of like, you know, Marvel is at fault for other things, certain like cinematic universe bullshit and stuff like that.
I'll broadcast you again shortly.
Story driven. I mean, it's not just sus. I prefer the whole live services thing. Makes it seem like slightly less evil, to be honest. But yeah, like it's not just like the story-driven games are bad, because this is a story-driven game, and yeah, it's a bad story-driven game, but it exists. The whole point is that it doesn't need to also be part of a franchise. It doesn't need sequels. It doesn't need to end on freaking Tesla telling you, oh, we can go back and save here, or whatever.
No Ada Archer listed here.
Just like literally just want to like put all the developers in line and go like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you're okay, fuck you.
That must be it. Let's see about getting some lights on in here. Yes.
Those live services that end up after 3 months.
Now to find where Ada's apartment is.
I mean, yeah, those two. Although I can't actually think of any recent ones except like Anthem, I guess.
Hello?
Who is this? If you've harmed my sister, I swear to God I will.
So not mainly the devs. I mean, yeah, again, it's kind of like a more general problem overall. When I say devs, I'm not actually kind of like blaming just the devs. It's endemic of the whole kind of like culture, because people with money want safe investments, and therefore everything has to be like a long-term thing. And if it's not a long-term thing, you don't get your shit funded, and therefore you either have to choose not making anything or just like living out of your garage for the next year and a half while your wife is working 2 jobs to let you make Stardew Valley,
We'll come to get you too.
which is actually how that happened.
Of course. Don't mind me. I'll just sit here.
Yeah, I know. Like, this is kind of like the whole bullshit with this whole thing.
Penny died during the exotic.
And sadly, like, most of us are also part of the problem in some way or another, because, you know, you get a...
Time a person in need asks
you still want to get the games that you want to play at the end of the day, right? Like, it's impossible to boycott everything
Exotic energy.
until you, like, you know, until like they get their shit together.
Before we were
Rose?
Clearly communist.
Who are you talking to?
Ada. Thank God.
Communist.
Yeah, some guy named Aubrey
I don't know. Like, if
said he was stuck in the engine halls. And
if I were to like label myself with anything, I'm probably go with like anarchist more than communist.
Rose, I'd rather explain.
Although
first.
this is like very reductive again. It's like
what the hell is going on?
very, you know,
Fine. I'll be brief. Listen. We
how'd you call it?
discovered quantum resonance
It's like you kind of like breaking down a complex thing into like small buzzwords. It just doesn't like reflect it, to be honest. Nope.
Now I know what you're thinking. What about the Thompson?
McCarthy with Tenny, he's coughing.
Ada, stop. It's me you're talking to. None of that nerd talk.
Okay, so if memory serves, the whole thing that we need to do now is go turn off the electricity in Gamma to go get the key for Alpha. That's gonna be fun.
We've tried to contain it all, but point is we
And I'm doing all of this just to be able to get into Alpha Quarter and get the one collectible that I missed.
Don't suppose you keep a spare key card somewhere.
shit. No, wait. Yes, I do. My friend Eliza has a pair. God,
My friend Eliza has a pair. Okay, too much info.
Gamma corner.
Gamma? Then our entrance is covered in a web.
Okay, so we need to get the code from here.
Can you turn off the power source? The override code should be written in the Epsilon guest corridor. Easy peasy.
33212. I wonder if these are randomized. Like every time you start like a new,
I'm entering another
you start the chapter fresh. Like they you get like a different code on the blackboard there.
closer.
Let's see, 3. Come on. 2, 1, 2.
Et voila. Now to get Ada's spare keys.
Probably not. I mean, yeah, like having seen what I've seen of the game, I don't think there would have been the time or effort put into doing that. Especially not for like a game that is this linear. Although, arguably, games that are this linear are the ones that are in more need of, you know, randomization. Or, you know, just like any kind of like replayability feature. But I guess the story remains the same, so I wouldn't have expected, if I were a developer, I probably wouldn't have expected for anyone to want to play this more than once. You know, aside from going back for collectibles, etc., etc., etc. It's not if the price is adequate, but it's not what I don't remember what I said that prompted that reply, to be honest. But you mean like if it's in need of replayability? That kind of thing? I mean, yeah, like you don't need replayability. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think every game should have like a, you know, roguelite mode or procedurally generated content or constant patches like every month to add new content or anything. This kind of like ties into what I was saying earlier. Like, where did all the games that you play once and then just, you know, move on? Where did those go? Okay, I don't remember if this is where I need to get up from, but it's in like the last collectible that I missed. It's in Alpha, somewhere around here. Let me just like check. On a coffee table at the entrance to Alpha Quarter. How did I miss it? Oh, god damn it. Yeah, need to go around. Outer Wilds exists. I know. I mean, again, like Outer Wilds doesn't have procedurally generated content. It doesn't have randomly generated stuff. It doesn't do any of the, you know, prolonging gameplay. But arguably, it does have some amount of replayability because, you know, it's kind of like a whole kind of like interlocking system of functions, mechanics, if that makes sense. And it would be interesting to kind of like see how much of it you can mess with even after you're done with like the main loop, so to speak. Games on Steam, you pay to trouble, because you can refund them after finishing them. I mean, yeah, that's kind of like more of like a loophole in the policy, unfortunately. Wait, I'm in Alpha. What key did I get? Oh, shit. I was actually meant to get into the apartment for Gamma first. God damn it. Yeah, I unlocked Gamma. I unlocked Gamma, but I picked the key for the apartment and didn't go into the actual apartment. I remember now. It's the room where she hanged herself because she was like the saboteur or something. Get good? I mean, I've got another 12 minutes to go before the apocalypse happens. That's like surely enough for 2 collectibles, right? Surely. Wait, Gamma. Oh, Gamma is this one. And I just like. So it's like it's actually interesting. I was checking the achievements list for this, but apparently I checked the PSN version and it has 2 more achievements than this version. So this one basically only has a couple of optional things like happy birthday, which is fine, like opening an optional room. The 2 like ring the reception bell, blah 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 blah. 2 story-based ones, the calculations and hidden in plain sight one, and all the other ones are just like find all the collectibles in each chapter. So they didn't include the one where you have to speedrun the game. So there's basically a trophy for this for finishing the entire thing in under 3 hours. And there's another one for finishing the entire thing from start without dying. There's like basically like the hardcore mode, let's call it like that. Okay, she's like in the bathroom here. Yep. Get the keys. Bye-bye.
There we are. Ada's key cards. Let's go.
I wonder why they didn't include them in the Steam version. Like, I'm legitimately curious because most games after 2015 or 2016, where like achievements kind of became a bit more mainstream, they tend to synchronize their lists pretty closely. If nothing else, it's because it's like extra kind of like free content, I guess, on the one hand, and also because like it helps more with like console parity, I guess, to have like all the same triggers. Plus, usually what you'd get is like achievements that are being triggered by in-game events rather than by the Steam API or, you know, PSN API or whatever it is that it's called, or the Xbox One. So like it makes more sense to have like all the same triggers in all the different versions of the game. For some reason in this version they didn't include those. Like it might actually have been something to do with like how the checkpoint system works. I imagine that at least for the well, for like both of them, like the permadeath and the speedrun ones would probably rely on being able to pave your save, because how this game has been working so far is that the chapter select thing and like all the collectibles and stuff all seem to be account wide, let's call it. So it feels a bit weird. You know, maybe they run into some kind of issue where they couldn't actually get the reset to work properly. I love the publisher achievements because you don't achieve shit. I mean, yeah, fair enough. That's like a fair point. So where the fuck is that thing that I need to collect? Missing like the second one, right? 3-2 on a coffee table at the entrance to Alpha Quarter. It's like... Oh! Wait, really? Didn't I check that already? Nope. Hey! And now we can go back to chapter 10 and be done with it. Actually, you got any partially played towards on Stellaris? Have some like only 0.2 of the players have. I mean, yeah, like I used to be more into the achievement hunting side. Now I just do it for like personal satisfaction. I've never been into the, you know, competitive side of things, like the the top 0.5% of like players, etc., etc. I just like it's just like nice added content to kind of like work towards, especially in games where like there's a lot of collections to be involved, etc., etc., etc. When in danger, run. Have a little low clearance of eating lunch. Yeah, I mean, I'm like almost done as well. Just need to get the third one in chapter 10 and then we're done. Personal note: time travel on a board in the harvest chamber. Oh, this was dirty. Putting this in the same room where you have to kind of like dodge lightning is a bit dirty.
We have unfinished business.
Very dirty. For shame. Come on.
I'm here. What do I do?
Oh, neat. You can actually like skip the trigger for it. There we go.
All lights red. Where is that?
you're actually able to skip like a whole bunch of dialogue this way. This is like funny. And here comes a jump scare. Ah. Recycle. Recycle will not be repeated. Also, this Ludwig character, they tease at him having knowledge, I guess, of what's it called? Of like knowing Rose and what she did and stuff like that, which kind of like implies that Rose is the one that's at fault for this whole mess.
Pull the switch, Rose!
But
Pull the switch now!
I don't know. I guess I'm like more annoyed that this entire thing has been building towards a sequel for quite a while now, and it just like falls apart at the end because, you know, there's like a lot of things that it doesn't really explain.
On the table!
On the table! Go to the table! The table you must go. Yeah. Also, I love that we're in a rush, but take our time to collect everything. So yeah, I think the achievement, the collectible that I missed is in that chamber where you have to like turn off the electricity a bunch of times. Down we go. And away! Let's see. Do I have 4 minutes? Oh. Oh! I was supposed to be looking this way for like the impressive pyrotechnics, I guess. It's like, whoops! See, this would have been a good time to take control from the player and make them turn around, because I entirely missed this the first time.
Get up, Rose. You have to run. The tower is
There's
about
like
to fall.
not enough cues for you to want to turn around.
Still up there?
Don't worry about me. Just go, Rose. Go. Just keep running forward.
Keep running forward, and a bit to the left, and a bit to the right. Left, left, left. Should have gone on that diet. God, this is not the best. Like, get on with it. Just like doing all of this just to get a shitty little diagram of something or another. Boom. Yep. But yeah, here of course I'm gonna lose control so that they can show me the thing dying slowly. You know, because reasons. I guess this is like meant to be Ludwig or something? Or not? I don't know. Like, I've got very little patience in trying to figure out the subtext of a game that I know is just gonna, like, you know, tease me with a sequel that it is never gonna happen. Or that's, like, potentially never gonna happen.
Still alive.
Also,
Tower fell.
I don't think Yep, there you go. Fine. What is this? Seriously, this is like probably the biggest tease ever. Just like showing you the little like loop thing constantly, by the way. And, you know, never explaining it or never even like hinting at it. This is like one of those things that it feels is probably like it lives in the design notes somewhere. It's like here. Oh, fuck me. Come on, game. I need to get lunch, please. Let's see. 10:03. Time travel on a board in the harvest chamber. Wait, which board? Like, it's showing me the wrong board here. It's like this one? Nope. 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 Oh, it's behind that. Yay, time travel, question mark. And we're done. With 5 minutes to spare. So yeah, this is the Close to the Sun game. And finally I can move on with my life with other things. So, being off work this week, I'm actually going to have one of these tomorrow as well. Well, we'll be doing... Hold on. Hi. Where we'll be doing... Oh yeah, I am muted. I don't know why. Let me rewind back a little bit to this. So yeah, Joe Devers Lone Wolf. And wow, that was dumb. So I've actually got my microphone mute button on the Stream Deck right above the ATW chat command. And if I double press, it goes out and like mutes the microphone as well. I don't know why. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, this is it for Close to the Sun. We'll be doing Joe Devers Lone Wolf for next stream, probably tomorrow same time. And hopefully move on to Nightlong by the end of the week and wrap that up as well. So yeah, I don't know. Like if I actually stream as much as I want to stream and I finish all of these, that also means that the last week of the month and the last week of the year is going to be kind of empty for other things. I probably need to decide on what to do then. I've kind of been itching to do another JRPG, but I've also been wanting to do Planescape Torment and Deus Ex and so many things. But for now, I hope you enjoyed Close to the Sun. I did not, for the most part, for reasons that I've already kind of explained multiple times. But let me see. There's like no one live at the moment. What the fuck? I mean, okay, it's like noon already, so I'm gonna go get some lunch in me. Hope you have a lovely rest of the day. If you care like for chatting and stuff, there's like a Discord channel, etc, etc. Until next stream and Joe Devers Lone Wolf, have a lovely rest of the evening. I'll see you around soon. Bye bye.